Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Trackmania NCSA Regional Number 1, Day Number 2. It is Hunted and Legion here, back again with you throughout the day today. I hope you all had a great evening, had a great morning watching TMGL. Certainly a lot of great matchups, some awesome Trackmania already played today. We have 8 teams here in the North, Central, and South American region, all doing battle to find out who's the best of the best up to this point here, Leachy. It's going to be an awesome day. I know that, and we're going to start out with a pretty awesome matchup.
We are indeed. It is none other than Air White versus Air Green. Sorry, I'm a little flabbergasted because the pick and ban phase already started, so we are going to toss ourselves right on over to that. It is a really awesome matchup, like we said. So Air White, of course, being represented by Charles and Nats, the Colombian and the Chilean, going up against Air Green, Manox, and Mello. Both of these teams had their own little journeys on their way to this Day 2 bracket. Air White managed to stay in the upper bracket the entire day. They had the bye through round 1, so went straight to round 2. They 3-1'd Air 300 and then smoked their way past Trolla 3-0 to qualify versus Air Green, who had a little bit of a longer journey yesterday. They did manage to take the win versus Halcyon Blue 3-1, but then Damascus Gaming swept them straight down to the lower bracket with an 0-3 loss, and then they beat Halcyon Blue 3-1 again, kind of like a grudge match, and they managed to qualify. So that is how both of these teams made their trips to where they are. We have 3 of the 5 maps selected. I thought today was actually supposed to be best of 7. Maybe the quarterfinals are best of 5. I'm not sure.
You're right. I thought today was best of 7s throughout the day as well. Hopefully that means that the lobbies don't need to be remade. It could very well just be that the quarterfinals are best of 5s and
yes,
the semis and finals are best of 7.
Yeah.
But okay, well, that changes things a little bit here. If we look quickly, it's going to be freestyle, back and forth, reps, slippy slides, and then parkour as the tiebreaker if needed. And the blue team in this lobby is Air White. Air Green will be in red. Air White, as you said, coming through the upper bracket, is the higher seed, so they had that first pick. And we did see kind of very similar arrow pipes banned out, flip of faith banned out, gyroscope again. I think is a little disappointment to you and I that is banned out, but freestyle up first. I mean, pretty tough map to kind of start your day for both teams.
Yeah, it's one that we've seen a lot of teams have a lot of issues with. When it comes to that identity, I wonder if we are actually going to see that pick. We are actually getting word from the background that it is in fact meant to be best of 7. So not sure. Oh, okay. The overlay says best of 7, so I wonder what's going to happen with the maps. I get,
So
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. You and I are going to find out together. So as we get our cinematic here, I see our behind the scenes production people just kind of helping out. All right. Looks like we are going to restart. So from one blue screen to another. Ignore that pick and ban. It never happened. You're back with us, and we are just going to blab a little bit until we get a little bit of extra time to reset everything at the back end here.
Yeah, so gives us more time to talk about what we saw yesterday, what we expect today. If you weren't here yesterday, we had 19 teams, I think, sign up. So we had kind of day 1 was a double elimination bracket to find the top 8 teams. We are down to the top 8. Some names that you expected to see: 100% Canadians, Damascus Gaming. Which, if you don't know those teams, that obviously because with the 2v2 format, you're gonna have to get used to the orgs and everything now. Damascus Gaming is Neil and Exotica. They are likely the favorites coming into this. I think certainly a lot of folks expect them to win the entire thing, but there are a lot of very good teams here. The 2 teams we're getting ready to watch certainly could have an opportunity to pull down a top 3 performance. And it is, as we get this lobby set back up, we saw yesterday AIR. Do you remember exactly what AIR stands for? It's American Intermediate Racers, right?
Yes, you nailed it.
Yeah. So they had what, 6 teams, 7 teams, something like that.
I think 7. Yeah, 300 aqua, black, blue, green, red, and white. Dear Lord.
Yeah. All the colors and then 300.
Yeah.
And I think we had three AIR teams make it. So both AIR White and AIR Green, by the way, the only 2 remaining rosters with South American players on them, and they're actually both full South American rosters. So it's kind of South America's last hope here in this regional. We'll see how they fare here in just a minute. But yeah, yesterday was all best of 5. Today is all best of 7. So more maps, obviously less bans, things like that. I'm excited for that. But I'm trying to think. We can also talk again because the format is different. We can talk about what the World Tour points mean, Leachy, if you're not busy in the back end there.
I've got a second to myself here. Let's do that. So, for those of you that do not know, part of what comes with this revamped format is that, especially when it comes to regionals and matchmaking, you are vying to earn your team what are called Trackmania World Tour points. So, the way that those are important to you is that those points help you qualify potentially for the wild card slots that are available for the final event in the entire season, which is the World Tour Championship. Now, as far as the regionals go, the top 2 teams at the end of each stage, the top 2 teams in each region in terms of their World Tour points, they go to a Trackmania Challenger League promotion relegation event with the other regional top teams and the bottom TMCL teams. So that is an opportunity for them to kind of work that out. At the top team from each region at the end of each stage goes to the All-Star event, which is a really good way to kind of skip past a lot of the early events and collect even more points in the attempt to get yourself into one of the 4 available World Championship wildcard spots. So yes, there is a tiny little bit of prize pool involved as well, but that is not what the players are concerned about. They are concerned about getting as many World Tour points as possible. Hunted, all 8 teams that have made it to today have a minimum of 2 points in their back pocket. If they win during this quarterfinal round, they get themselves 3 points minimum, and then if they get to the grand final, they have a guaranteed minimum of 5, with the winner taking home 7.
Yeah, so you can essentially just over triple your points.
Yes.
If you were to win the entire thing. And yeah, so those points very important if you want to move up the rankings, if you want an opportunity to play against the best in the world, especially at that All-Star event, which would be pretty cool here at the end of this stage. And of course, everybody wants to make worlds if possible. That's going to be much more competitive because it is, as you said, kind of the 4 spots from across the world, the top 4 teams outside of the already qualified worlds teams with the points. So it's not just in the region. So you want to be collecting as many points as possible. That's what we're going to see as we are in the pick ban phase now. It looks like everything was exactly the same down to here. And we got gyroscope finally. Looks like we're going to have gyroscope if we go all the way to 7. But it is the same 5 maps: freestyle, back and forth, reps, slippy slides, parkour, and then slow down gyroscope if needed.
Very happy about gyroscope. Something interesting to note, arrow pipes was not banned. So the only reason we got gyroscopes was because the RNG gods decided it to be so. It could have been arrow pipes, and arrow pipes that, at least from what we have seen, has been a pretty consistent ban from any team involved, and it's almost certainly down to the difficulty and the inconsistency on the player side for the identity. That is a terrifying jump between 2 pipes, let alone the full fat version of the map that has 3. So I'm surprised to see that it wasn't banned. But very happy that that gyroscope was picked in its stead, because that is definitely a favorite of mine.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see every map make an appearance, but there are some maps that I don't think we expect to see just because teams may struggle on those. But now with it being best of 7, each team only has one ban, right? You don't get the multiple bans. So that is obviously the other thing to take into consideration. Only one ban per team this time around. And we have a minimum of 4 games. Obviously, don't think I need to explain how a best of 7 works to chat. I'm sure everybody understands. But
You'd hope.
Either way, here we go. We're starting the day off. We've got everything fixed and ready to go. Best of 7 between Air White and Air Green to see which of these 2 teams will be the remaining South American roster heading into those semifinals. Air White in the blue, Air Green in the red. It's Mannix and Mello for Air Green, who's going to lead the way in round number 1 here on freestyle. And this map pretty straightforward. There's a couple of pretty tricky sections. I think right here can be a bit tricky. If you're a bit too low, you could certainly touch that ring checkpoint, but it really comes down to that the identity here, which the freestyle part of the map.
Indeed, yeah, that kind of dirt fling where you get from that pseudo bug slide. You're sliding at 90 degrees, but you're allowing the curve of the wall to maintain grip on that. Look at that. 2 players get that. That would be Mannix and Charles. Charles almost enough speed to snipe. Doesn't get it, though. Mello coming in P3. Nats bringing up the rear P4. That is the first round of the day, turning into a victory for Air Green. Well executed from most players. Let's see if they can warm up to this identity as the day goes on.
Certainly is. Nats failing the identity the first time around. We'll see if we can clean that up. Certainly one of the players to watch from the South American region. I think this whole lobby is, obviously making it into the top 8. Both of these teams, I think, have an opportunity to upset some of the North American players if given an opportunity. Right now, Air Green 2-1 on this map. Mello and Mannix leading the way yet again. Charles and Nats going to do what they can to chase them down. It was a bit dramatic heading into the identity last time. I think Nats clipped a sign. He's going to be really slow here. Yeah, going to have to respawn. Charles is going to challenge for the lead. The 360 not going to work out for Mannix there. And he gets sniped by Charles. 600s there. The difference between Charles and Mannix, and it is a 3-3 tie heading into round number 3.
Nats just got Mello as well. Mello got eventually past the identity, and Nats did as well, but Nats had a slightly better landing on that dirt wall, just coming back down from it, and was able to carry just a little bit more momentum. Something to highlight as well, this difference in line that we see here. Some players opt for the shorter line through that dirt, and some players take that outside line. And something to note there. I feel like the better line overall is probably the outside line, but it's definitely also the riskier one because it objectively puts you closer to that wall. So you really need to be kind of on the ball in terms of your steering accuracy. Otherwise, a single tap of that wall gives you that acceleration penalty. And with skill levels as high as they are, that could be the round done and dusted for you.
Right. Oh, somebody hit a tree. Who was that?
No.
That was Nats. Hit the sign on the left side, hits the tree on the right this time. And there was a respawn, I believe. That was Mannix who had to respawn before he even made it to the identity. This is going to be Charles again taking a first place. He goes from 3rd to 1st just like that. And it will be a draw this time, so we'll stay tied 4-4. And Mannix actually saying MB in chat. I don't know if he meant to respawn there, but ultimately it does hurt his team a bit, and like I say, it's 4-4 heading into this next round.
Nice and even, probably as even as you would expect a quarterfinal to be between 2 teams that have had a lengthy day 1. So they're doing what they can. Nat's the only person to take that outside line, and I don't know that the momentum is going to help him that much. I couldn't really tell if he clipped the wall, but it doesn't really matter. He's about a 10th or 10th and a half back as Charles looking to catch up and, in fact, overtake Mello. May actually have the speed to get past Mannix as long as he executes this drift relatively well. Nice, tight inside line, and they are neck and neck for the second half of this map.
And not too far behind them. It looked like Mello did clip that ring checkpoint. That's exactly what I was saying. That's really the one place on this track where you can risk it, and unfortunately run into the obstacle there, so he'll have to try to catch up to Nats. Right now it's Charles and Mannix battling for first. Charles is going to take this identity. He's been relatively consistent, but Mannix this time, no problems, will cross the line in first. Nats will follow up in third, so we have another draw here, 5-5. And this is kind of what we expected out of this lobby, right? I mean, I would say that Air Green, at least in my opinion, from having played against these guys and watching these guys for as long as they've been in the scene, I think Air Green might have a little bit better pure speed, but it seems like Charles and Nats definitely the more consistent team.
We'll see how that plays out. A small trick to notice here, as well as when they're on that final drop down before that big long left-hand drift into the identity, try and listen as closely as you can. Easy for me to say, because if the players are able to stay in that upper gear leading into that dirt section of the identity, did anybody clip? No, everybody makes it through relatively well. If they're able to keep this gear, that actually leads to significantly more speed. Charles clipping that pole right there, significantly more speed into the identity, which makes their job that much easier.
Well, speaking of, here comes the identity. Mannix leading the way yet again. He clips the inside. I don't think it'll be enough for Nats to catch him, and it won't be. It will be a first and third for Air Green, so they'll give themselves a little bit of breathing room here. It's only a point, but it's a big point as they now can win it with an ace.
6 and 7. Very close fought opening round. Might be a sign of things to come. We may be here for a while for this opening quarterfinal. I'm all here for it, though. 4 different nationalities represented in this NCSA regional match, which you absolutely love to see. That's something that makes Trackmania as good as it is. The lack of a reliance on people's ping. It's all kind of asynchronous, if you will. So that's what allows this game to be as international as it is, which I think is just such a fantastic thing for bringing people together, but also for some awesome worldly competition.
And luckily for us, no confusion between Uruguay and Argentinian flags.
Yes, luckily for us, Hunted.
Well, let's see what Air Green can do. Mello is back in that 4th position, but he is keeping pace with the rest of the crew. If they can find an ace here, they will move on. But Mannix not going to be able to hold it down. Ooh. Mello sniping. That's nearly had Charles as well, coming all the way from the back of the pack. And he almost takes the victory there, but it ultimately will end up in a tie on the leaderboard again. This time, though, 2 points. All that's needed from either team. We may just see this map decided right here.
Man, 8-8. You couldn't ask for much of a better start to day 2. Nats taking this outside line, as will Charles, the 2 Air White teammates. Oh no, Charles, massive slam into the wall on the left side. And this could be Air Green heading their way into a victory. Mannix collecting just a tiny little bit of that penalty surface, which allows Nats to crawl to a lead, if only temporarily. He and Mello fighting very, very closely there. Let's see how the momentum shakes out as Charles is over 6 seconds in the rear now.
Yeah, this is all the pressure. All eyes need to be on Nats right now. He needs to top the leaderboard here if he wants to give his team an opportunity to take down this map. He's got to catch Mannix, and he is only just a couple hundredths away, but Mannix a lot more speed, and Nats might not even make the jump. He does, but he's got both Mannix and Mello ahead of him, and that's going to be Air Green with the ace to finish off map number 1.
Unfortunate, too. We were with Nats that entire time, and you could hear as he came out of that drift, lost the gear, that the RPMs jump up, which is a sign that you were in the lower gear, which is an overall loss of speed, and you could see how Mannix ahead of him was able to just fly away like he was in a completely different vehicle. So unfortunate there, but that is what happens when you are not as mindful of your gears as you possibly could be. Track number 2 in the form of back and forth. We've seen some exciting stuff here.
Yeah, I love this track. I certainly love watching it. It's one of my favorite ones to play as well. Very flowy, and obviously you get to see a little bit of backwards driving, which is always fun as well. And I will say, oh, Nats right off the
early
jump.
Mistake.
Yeah, he might even have to respawn. Yeah, he is going to be out of this round. We have to see what Charles can do to try to mitigate some damage. But I was going to say, coming into this, obviously we've seen one map, right? I mean, it's just the start of day 2. But I've been a lot more impressed with what Melo's been able to do with this team and what we saw from him yesterday. He was struggling a little bit yesterday. Obviously made it to the top 8, so you can't knock him too much.
Yeah.
But, it does seem like he's a little bit more comfortable today. He's been in the running for the top as Charles with a mistake there. That's going to be huge, especially if Melo. Oh, no, he clips the inside of that checkpoint, and now Mannix does have some space, but Melo's going to try to track down Charles, looking for this ace for his squad. Nat's still over 6 seconds back, so there is not going to be any support for Charles here.
Oh, Mannix.
Mannix, he's having to respawn. Charles is finding himself in the lead, and he's got the win. I didn't see what happened to Mannix. I was more interested in what was happening to Melo. Mannix able to cross the line. Nats just couldn't quite catch up there in time. We are going to start with a draw after all that drama. Charles able to top the leaderboard.
Oh, man. Yeah, so Mannix was, quite honestly, I don't mean this as BM, but Mannix was so far ahead that he was simply off of my screen. And then all of a sudden, on the timing tower, you see the splits turn to all zeros, and you're like, uh-oh, that's not good. And then the position shift, and what happened. So 1-1. Maybe some early consistency issues, but it's definitely not the easiest of identities. It's not super difficult compared to something like freestyle or air pipes. Oh, Charles getting a face full of that ice wall. Melo, an excellent 360 landing as well, flies in front of Nats, and now Air Green sitting quite pretty to collect themselves an ace here as long as they can survive the identity.
This is going to be an important couple of moments here as Melo, a huge burst of speed there to get around Nats, and now Air Green setting up beautifully for the ace. Melo just needs to cross the line, and he will. A great response to the last round there from Air Green, taking advantage of opportunities, and Melo from that transition to the backwards driving. I'm not exactly sure what line he took. I was watching Nats when it happened, but he flew by. Ton of speed there. Well done from him, and it's a 4-1 game now.
Things looking really good early on for Air Green, but it is first to 10, and with the possibility of a team nabbing a couple aces in a row, especially on a map like this where we haven't seen the consistency be quite where you would want it. It's never done and dusted. That said, this is only round 3, so plenty of time for things to shift around just a little bit. Mannix, I think actually lost, contact there and had to respawn. Oh, Melo also slamming into the ice wall. Charles in a crazy far lead. Nats 2.5 seconds back, and man, from an ace for Air Green, we could be looking at just the 1-2 punch kind of coming from the other team now with 2 aces in a row just kind of flipping back and forth.
Yeah, Nats was a little slow. Mannix eclipsed the inside wall there on the transition into the backwards driving, and it's not really going to matter as long as Nats doesn't clip the checkpoint. He is good.
Ooh.
And now, what happens if they don't finish? I guess it doesn't matter, right? It's an ace regardless.
Yeah, it's still an ace. As long as that second position is locked down, that is an ace to Air White. So there we go. That is the confirmation. 4-4 between these two teams. Yeah, man, to be quite honest, these teams are having a lot more trouble with this map than I would have predicted. I'm a little bit surprised. Just
a couple of early mistakes too. It hasn't even been on the And we did see, who was it? I think Mannix clipping the final checkpoint or the end line. And I mean, other than that, yeah, that's another early mistake. He's almost 10 seconds back. It is quite bizarre. I didn't think we'd see that after how good and consistent that first map was. This time now, it is Charles. Just about 6/10 back from Mannix, who is leading the way this time around. We'll see what he can do. See if he can finish this one off for his team. Get a couple of points on the board if Mello can drive to the finish. Oh no, there goes Mannix off the side again, and Charles once more just staying consistent, staying on the track, will find himself in first and will force the draw. We'll go to 5-5 again.
This is really throwing my expectations out of whack, man. Like it's making, I don't know, it's making coming up with cohesive points really difficult, because out of some of the players that I would expect the most consistency from, namely people like Charles and Mannix, I mean, it's just mistake after mistake, which I guess, I'm not saying that that's anything against their quality as players. I think it's probably, if anything, something that speaks to how difficult the maps are, and these are the easy versions of the World Tour maps. They're not even playing on the big boy Grand League maps. So at least I guess maybe I should be thankful that they're as consistent as they are on these versions of the maps, because I hate to think what it would be if we were on the full versions.
Sure. Well, right now we do have a nice little pack for the lead here. Charles second behind Mannix. And this is where Mannix had struggled a couple of rounds. Able to take it quite well, and he will cross the finish line in first. Charles just behind him, only 7/10 back, but ultimately it is going to be a 2-point swing for Air Green. 7-6. This is exactly where we were at the end of map number 1, with Air Green needing an ace to finish it. Air White on freestyle was able to find a victory, push us to 8-8, but they just couldn't quite snatch the victory out from under their teammates. But at this point, I don't think there's any love lost between these players. I think everybody vying for this top 4 spot. I mean, so much on the line again with these World Tour points and the ability to showcase what you can do right here on the Trackmania channel, as Charles is going to be leading the way. Nats again, though, struggling to find early consistency on this track. He is in the 4th spot, hoping for a mistake from his opponents ahead.
Charles just respawned?
Yeah, Charles had to respawn. I didn't see exactly what happened to him, but he is out, and this might be it. Mannix and Mello, 1-2, coming to the line. Mannix, Mello, and Air Green, the ace, to finish map number 2. They'll go up 2-0.
I would love to know what happened, because to be quite honest, he looked totally fine. Maybe he clipped the wall, or rather the edge of the floor, and maybe just lost a ton of momentum. Like, the car didn't look like it was upset in any way. It must have been just like he thought he was almost guaranteed to lose. I don't know, to lose enough speed. Unfortunate there. Moving on, getting reports that he slid out, so that is what happened. Unfortunate, definitely something that's possible there. Reps is map number 3 here.
Well, we've seen some drama on this map, that is for sure. I do enjoy watching the identity of the track, even on the quote-unquote easy version of Reps. We have seen leads change hands, points won and lost in that final moment. And I have a feeling we're going to see a little bit more consistency. I think Nats is probably a little bit upset with his performance on that last map. He really was never towards the front, and that's kind of where you expect to see him. Challenging for the lead, as this time it is Mannix to lead Charles, and he bobbles a little bit there. It's going to be Mello to take the lead. Charles giving him chase right behind. Two different lines, but they work out pretty much the same. Nats is going to take the lead right in front of his teammate, and Charles Mello dropping back by about 0.3 now, maybe a little bit more. And this could be an early ace for Air White, but here comes the identity. We haven't seen them on this yet today. We'll see how it goes. Charles is first, followed by Nats. Nats with a little bit of a clip that's going to give Mello some speed, and he'll utilize it. It's a win for Air White, but Mello breaking up the ace.
God, you can really never count this out because you feel like the aim is exactly where it needs to be, and then you land a little bit shallow inside of your tire, clips the edge of that bench, and you lose all momentum. What a painful feeling that must be as well. I think I theorized about this before. I don't know if any of these players wind up playing with cars on, but if you do, God, the sound of the engines coming up behind you must be absolutely terrifying. Look at that, Air Green. Both players using that outside dirt line as well. Yet another thing, risk versus reward, a theme that we're playing here, where it's definitely riskier, but you can see how it has resulted in a clear, minimum 0.3 lead over these Air White players.
The more you can extend the lead, too, the safer you can be in this identity. But look at Charles and Nat starting to make a charge. They've already passed one, and they're passing the second. It goes from Air Green to Air White with the ace potential, and it's going to be Charles and Nats across the line. That's by just 0.05 over his teammate. And it's an ace for Air White as... I mean, you mentioned it. It was about 0.3, 0.4 there for Air Green, but they couldn't hold on. Great line towards the end of that track for the Air White boys.
Well done. And all of a sudden, 2 maps in, or rather 2 maps gone to Air Green, and Air White coming out here with a little bit more sign of domination. Some inconsistency we're seeing in the identity from the Air Green players. I don't blame them. It's not an easy identity to get the hang of, but
right.
When the cards are on the table, it's clear that Air White kind of has their act together a little bit more compared to their competitors.
Well, that may be, but they find themselves down 2 maps. Trying to make that just one here in map number 3. Again, everything today, best of 7, different from yesterday if you're just joining us. Top 8 competition right now, quarterfinals. The 4 remaining non-North American players in this regional. Mello, the only player registered in this regional from Jamaica. Charles, the only one from Colombia, and he's going to make a big mistake there, giving Mannix a bit of an opportunity. Mello's going to have to overtake, but it's going to be Nats. Both Mannix and Mello with mistakes of their own. Where's Charles? I don't think he's got enough time to catch him. It will be a draw. Nats will say thank you very much for the victory. And it goes to 6-2. That could have been such a big swing for Air Green. But it's the identity of the map, man. This is what we see on reps. You cannot rest until you cross that finish line.
I was very lucky or not lucky, but good to simplify terms, for Nats to be able to secure that victory, because as you said, could have been a very different port situation. Whoa, who was that taking a hit there? I think it was Mannix. Yeah, will fall all the way back, half a second now off of the leaders and building because all this momentum. Mello clips the wall as well. And see, Nats and Charles even then do choose to go high, but it's not as consistently high as the Air Green players do. But clearly it has worked out because they are the ones over half a second in the lead at this point. And look as well, they have been getting such good speed through this loop. It has to do with how they exit that dirt section. They are just neck and neck here. An excellent show of leadership for both these Air White players. Let's see how the identity goes.
Well, Mannix was battling back. He had a bit of a tough section there through the penalty grass and is going to fall back, hoping for a mistake from both Charles and Nats ahead. Not going to happen this time. And it's an ace for Air White. 9-2 now. And all to do for Air Green. Cannot give up a point in the next 3 rounds to have any form of opportunity to come back here.
God, 9-2 is it's still early in the series, and I know I spent some time yesterday harping on how mentally difficult that can be just to kind of look at it at the top of your screen as somebody clips on the inside. Oh, and Mannix getting some air as well. So all of a sudden we're down to two competitors in the form of Nats and Mello. And let's see how these two fight it out. They kind of need to be the flag bearers for both of their teams because, I mean, especially Mannix, about 6 seconds back now. Charles definitely in the realm of possibility to make a difference, but the bottom line here is this is almost certainly going the way of Air White now, because even if Mello is able to pass Nats, the fact that Nats and Charles will still be P2 and 3 will lead to the draw. That's the single point that Air White need. Yeah,
I mean, Nats and Charles could essentially stop here and line it up, make sure they hit their mark here. And Nats just going for it. Good for him. 105.4 for Nats to finish it off. Charles even overtaking Mello there at the end. And maybe out of frustration, Mannix off the finishing line there. So Air White battling back, a pretty dominant performance on reps, I will say. It's hard to say that because Air Green had opportunities. They just couldn't finish rounds, right? So they weren't slow, I would say. They just made more mistakes in crucial situations. And Air White, obviously going to take that. Will add their first map to their tally. So it makes it a 2-1 game heading into map number 4. We will see at least 5 here in this series. And I know you and I are hoping that this one goes the distance so we can finally have some gyroscope action on our screens here for this regional. But here we go, Slippy Slides. I've seen this track a couple of times yesterday. And surprisingly, that as dramatic as the ending could be here, we've seen some pretty fast times on this track.
Yeah, it comes down. This map, in my opinion, comes down to how deceptive the identity is, because as I've said before, it just looks like a wide open plastic bug slide, but there are so many variables about it that you need to keep in mind. Do you take more speed? Do you sacrifice speed for the sake of getting a tighter line? There's a couple different ways to approach it. Both ways work. I think it's very context dependent for how your opponents are playing it. There's definitely like a plan and then a counter strategy to figure out here. Easier said than done.
Well, I think the counter strategy for Mannix right now is to go as fast as possible because he has a 1.5-second lead. Did he miss the bug slide? He did. He jumped over the booster, and now that's going to give Nats and Charles 1 and 2. As it's going to be Mannix and Mello to follow up, but they're over 3 seconds behind. All that is left to do are the bug slides for Air White. Nats and Charles both should be able to cross the line here. They will. Charles sniping his teammate there at the end, but ultimately doesn't matter. It's an ace to open things out for Air White. And Mannix, I mean, again, a very, very fast player, but he's just made some crucial mistakes here that have really hurt his team.
It's a good thing that we've moved on to best of 7 because I think it allows players to get a little bit of extra time to warm themselves up, but at the same time, if you take too long, who was that? I think Nats went into space. GG Nats. We'll see you next round, I guess. It gives players a little bit of extra time just to warm up in general, but regardless of best of 5 or best of 7, each map is still first to 10. And if you as a team cannot kind of get your act together fast enough to prevent victories and aces from your opponents, you're not going to have enough time to get into the groove of things before you see your opponents just sailing past you in terms of the points total. And I think that's what Mannix and Mello are in danger of having happen to them. Mello dropping a little bit early. I think he clipped something right before the jump.
Yeah, I mean, it's just another mistake there. Mannix, though, does still have a 2 seconds well, it's a 1.5-second lead now. Charles is going to be trying to challenge as long as Mannix can hold on. This is a bit of an awkward angle. He's going to be slow. He's going to miss it on the inside. Charles comes across the line in first. Mello will take second. Mannix is trying to chase down Nats now. Nats goes wide. Mannix will cross the line in third. And after it looked like an Air Green ace, then destruction happening. It looks like Air White might have 2 points. It ends in a draw, and we go to 4-1.
I'm not the one in these situations, but to me, I feel like the reason that people are finishing too far to the inside of the turn is because they're trying to go for this strat where instead of flipping the car back facing forwards, they continue the rotation and have it drive backwards over the booster. But I feel like that has just led to so many situations where if they just let the car swing back forwards, they'd be perfectly fine. I understand that it seems that continuing the rotation is allowing you to get a little bit of extra speed, but man, at that point, you've got to be a little bit more heads up with looking at the splits and figuring out how close your opponents are to you, because in most of these situations, as Nats misses the booster, that's a crucial miss. Most of these situations, if you just kept going forwards, you have more than enough cushion of time to make it work.
Is this where we see Air Green equalize things? It's going to come down to the bug slides. Mannix's first around. He'll do so quite well. Mello will follow. And there are no mistakes made this time. Nats was trying to track down the second place player. Mannix celebrating his clean run this time around in chat. It's a 4-4 game, so an ace for both teams early on. And we are back tied. And this is more in line what we saw in the first 2 maps, and maybe that's a bit concerning if you're Air White, right? I mean, we saw it. We saw 5-5 on both of the first 2 maps. Ultimately, Air Green was just a little bit better when it mattered in those high-pressure moments. And then, obviously, map number 3, probably a map that Air Green would like to forget. But now, here we are yet again, tied at 4. Mannix, as usual, leading the way, but he is going to slide out a little bit there. Couldn't quite dry off those tires fast enough, and now Charles and Nat's going to use the opportunity to give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Just about a second back to Mannix. They both take the jump relatively well. Nobody missing the boost this time. But here comes Mannix, gaining on Nats already. He's going to pass him before the bug slide. Charles still has his lead. Can Mannix throw a wrench in the ace? It looks like he's got a line, but he is a bit too far inside. The bug slide is good, and Nats nearly snipes him, but he just didn't quite have the speed towards the end. Mannix will hang on to cut the ace to just a victory, but it is still 6-5 in favor of Air White.
God, 300ths. That was so close. So close to being a dramatically different scoreline. I guess we can, on paper, call it kind of close, but to be quite honest, I mean, I think we've seen a lot more consistency out of Air White. Maybe this is the extended amount of time that Air Green needed to kind of get back into the flow of things and make it work. Mannix is definitely looking better, although that jump won't help his car. Luckily, he did get the reset block relatively quickly, but now falls from P1 all the way back to P3. Nat's in the lead just in front of Mello. Oh, as he slides out in the water and has to respawn. That's a brutal respawn.
And that's going to leave Mannix to try to chase down Nats here and deny another victory for Air White. Mannix clipping the inside wall there. It's going to give Nats a lot of space, and Mannix really tried to come back, but a little bit too risky. The sign in his way. And here's Charles actually taking over the lead from his teammate, but it's 2 seconds back to their opponents. Could this be yet another ace? The bug slides have been pretty good so far for Air White, and they will stay good. 9-5 now here in map number 4.
Have a report from elsewhere in the bracket as Mello works his way through this identity. 100% Canadians have 4-0'd Halcyon Dairy. So Halcyon Dairy's day comes to an end. They leave the regional with 2 World Tour points. 100% Canadians get 3. Another result as well. Damascus have 4-0'd Air 300. So same situation. Air 300, 2 World Tour points to that team's name, and Damascus go on for a minimum of 3 today.
And the winner of this one will have a date with that 100% Canadians team. So the first seed and second seed cruising through to the top 4. Not really a surprise. Maybe a bit of a surprise that it was a 4-0 for 100% Canadians.
Yeah, 4-0 is a little brutal. I don't think I would suspect a 4-0 for anybody on day 2. All 8 teams today are good enough to pull at least one map off of their opponents. I am surprised at 2 4-0s.
Well, let's see where we end up. Charles leading the way for his team. He is P2 at the moment. Oh, he just avoids the sign. How is he going to make this work? He does. What a clutch performance from Charles at the end. Nat's even sniping Mello. It wouldn't have mattered even if Charles would have wrecked, but wow, that was so very close from Charles. He keeps it on the track, and Air White take the victory. 10-6 final score. We've got a 2-2 game now heading into map number 5. And again, if we can see this go to game 7, Gyroscope was the randomly selected 7th map. I don't know if either of these teams are necessarily excited to play that one. But before we get there, it's parkour for map number 5.
So I think based on the fact that there were 2 4-0s elsewhere in the bracket, we're on map 5 with a 2-2 scoreline. I think we may have picked the right series to stick with here for the opening match of day number 2.
Absolutely. This has been so much fun to watch. And again, always love. I do love that we get an opportunity to highlight players outside of North America as well, and some of the best in the region at that. As Charles is going to have to play from behind here after a small clip transitioning into that ice slide. However, his teammate Nats had a very good ice section, and now some players have had a little bit of trouble on that half-pipe transition. Nobody really going to struggle too much here, and Nats a bit of a lead, but Mello and Mannix not too far. They're nipping at his heels right now. We're going to have to see how Nats handles the parkour section. He clips the outside wall on the dirt leading up to it. He's going to be slow now. It's Mannix and Mello. Can they hold it through the identity? It looks like they will. Charles there to give him challenge, but it's not going to be enough. An ace to start for Air Green.
All right, well, that's one way to bounce back after getting maybe not trounced, but losing 2 maps on the trot. That's a good way to kind of signal your intent here. Well done. Quite honestly, not much else to say. They kept it solid. Air White most certainly did not, and that was a well-deserved ace. They finished very, very close to each other as well, and I'd love to see that consistency between 2 teammates. That I don't know. To
Charles.
me, a clip from Charles is going to make their job even more difficult. That said, Mello clips as well. So does Mannix. All of a sudden, Nats from P4 inherits the lead, and this has become a very different situation very quickly.
Yeah, Nat's really a fan of the ice at this point.
Yeah.
Has given him a couple of nice leads. This time, though, he's going to try to keep it off that outside wall here on the dirt section. It is so close. With so much momentum, it always looks like they're going to touch the outside, but Nat's able to take it clean this time through the identity. Makes it look easy. He has Mannix about a second behind. Mello in third. Charles will round up in fourth, and it is a draw. So Nats with a 57-5 to counter the ace from Air Green. Not too shabby of a time there from him, but still, it is just 1 point. Charles struggling early on here in this map.
Nice low entry. Everybody landing as low as possible on that sausage. Get as tight to the wall as you can. Yet another one of those risk-reward situations. And this, look, you'll see, like, Mello starts from the left and then just jumps straight, but everybody else has that airtime reduction trick where they jump diagonally from the right side just to get the wheels down a little bit sooner, because things very frequently come down to the 1,000th of a second here in Trackmania, whether it's at regionals, TMCL, or all the way up at TMGL level. So it's all those tiny optimizations that you're going to be looking at.
Now we have a bit of a change in story here. Charles is going to be the player for Air White towards the front of the pack, looking to snipe Mannix if he can. He has just a bit more speed, I believe, than Mannix does, but I don't think he's got enough track. He was making headway. Now Nats, he can't make the jump. Mello with another opportunity will cross the line in third. Nats will take fourth, and it's going to be 2 more points for Air Green. And the score, it's crazy how quickly that can creep up with just a couple of rounds.
You really, it's proof that you really need to be on the ball, because one mistake from each teammate big enough, and just like that from Nats. Oh, that's going to be rough. A mistake like that, all Charles needs is to drop his concentration for a split second, and they go from a draw, 1 point for each team, to all of a sudden putting Air Green a single point away from taking map number 5 with an ace. You really, really need to be focused 100% of the time. Easier said than done, obviously.
Mannix, he's upside down coming out of the half pipe. It's going to give Nats a chance to try to catch up. He is still a bit behind. And now it's Charles versus Mello at the top. Charles goes wide on the entry to the dirt section. Mello, he's still neck and neck. How did he lose so much speed?
Wow.
How are they even? How is Charles ahead after touching the wall? He's going to look for the finish. Mello over the top, not going to get there. I don't know how Charles pulled that off, but he puts himself in the lead. Mannix across the line in third place, and ultimately we have a draw. Air Green will go up to track points.
That was pretty insane. I was asking myself the same question: is how are you still in the lead here? Mello, I mean, to Mello's credit, did a really, really good job maintaining as much momentum as possible to kind of make up that time, but it just barely wasn't enough. And I mean, case in point, we were talking about small optimizations, and Mello did a good job optimizing the identity, but clearly it was Charles's optimization from the rest of the map that made the difference there. Less than a tenth, but sometimes that's all you need to win.
Crazy round, and ultimately, after all the drama, it still leads to a 1-1 draw, and Air White struggling to find their footing here on this track. Mannix with over 6/10 of a lead heading into the identity. Hoping for a mistake is Nats in second. Mello just behind him, and it's going to be Nats with the mistake. This might be the ace. It is. It's over. Map number 6 is on its way. It's Air Green to take map number 5. They've got a 3-2 lead. Match point heading into map 6. Well done from Air Green. Really a great showing here on parkour.
Would you call that match map or match track point?
Match.
You see what I'm getting at? I don't know.
No, I don't like that.
I can't work my way around it. Sorry. All right, I'll leave. Slow down, my personal favorite,
here we go again.
Record-setting map that we saw yesterday. If anybody was as unfortunate as to have missed the show yesterday between it was Trolla and who? I think it was
Air 300.
Air 300, yes. Instantly setting the record. 17 rounds in a single match. There were 7. I mean, there were at least 7 draws in a row, but it was insane, and finally ended with a mistake on Trolla's end from Sussy of all people to give the win to Air 300. What an exhausting but fantastic match at the same time, right here on Slowdown.
Yeah, a total of 37 points awarded between the two teams.
God.
In that map, 20-17 was the final score. Certainly a lot of fun, and maybe a map that I think Air 300 will not want to have to think about, at least until next regional. But here we go, Charles and Nats doing what they can here on Slowdown to try to force us into map number 7. That's Charles going too far, too wide, and far too quickly. As Nats, he's going to get overtaken by Mello, but can Mello hang on to it? He does, and it's an ace to start for Air Green.
Oh my God, Mello's front tires barely maintained contact over that hill. That was so very close to flying out. You're still in that fragile state as well, so if you land too hard, the acceleration and the turning radius of your car are affected severely. Obviously, the harder you land, the more the car brakes. But Mello just about got away with that one. Very, very close. Somebody clipping the outside. Who was that? That was Mr. Nats. So let's see if he can catch back up here throughout the remainder of this second round on slowdown.
Well, you cannot give it second ace away if you're Air White. Not when you're down on match point here. You have to at least force this into a victory, if not a draw, if you're Charles. That's exactly what he's going to do. What a great couple of corners there for Charles from third to first, and Nat's even making up time as well. He's only a couple of tenths outside of the leader here in Charles after that early mistake, and he's going to look to push forward. Mello, a much better line. Charles is going to have to try to recover. It's going to be tight to the end. Charles with a bit better of a final section, and he will cross the line ahead of the two Air Green players. It's a draw, so a great run there from Charles to mitigate the damage, but it is still a 3-point lead.
That was a really, really good round from all four players. Nats, I was sitting on Nats' perspective the entire time. He's able to keep everybody neat and tidy, nice in view, and it's a beautiful thing when you catch that. Mannix, I think, just tapping that outside wall, so will instantly find himself about 2/10 down. They take this reactor through the penalty grass. Someone looking for that Zoop / hover boost, whatever you want to call it. If you want to sound like a 12-year-old, we go with Zoop and take it through this bobsleigh wall. And I tell you what, this drift right here is deceptive. Depending on when you engage that slide, the car can behave very, very differently. I've actually taken it too sharply multiple times before and slammed into that purple arrow sign, making me feel very stupid.
Yes. We saw that a couple of times. That sign is definitely a run killer if you're trying to go too quickly. Charles will cross the line in first. Mello, did he snipe Nats? He's very slow.
Yes.
Nats not much faster, and it's going to be a draw again, and just points left on the table right now for Air White.
Had really good speed at the end there, Nats, but I mean, Mello just had enough whatchamacallit, had enough momentum or had enough of a
had enough go fast juice.
Sure, yes. You know what? What would I do without you? Thank God.
Is that not what? I mean, is that not what fuel would be? Just the go fast?
I guess, yeah. Go fast
button.
Yeah, I guess we'll call it that just to appease you. Reports from the other match in the bracket. Final Form have 4-0'd their way past Yep team. So with that, Nats a face plant into that purple arrow. Just what I was talking about before.
Yeah, I think Mel actually did the same thing. I think they both did the exact same thing there. Yeah, it's going to be Mannix and Charles. And we'll get to that result here in just a second. We'll see if Charles can track that Mannix. No, they both make a mistake. Charles is going to respawn. That's going to leave Mannix back in front. I don't know why. I think everybody made a mistake on that first ramp. Where is Nats? He's still back in fourth. Charles, oh no, Nats sniping. Mello, it's a draw again. What is going on in this lobby? That was a destructive final section through the identity for both teams, but it ends up with a 6-3 scoreline for Air Green. And just to get back to your point, a 4-0 win for Final Form over Yep team. Congrats to them. And I think you're absolutely right when you said we picked the right quarterfinal to follow. As Air Green, they still have this 3-point lead. Mello, though, making a couple of pretty early mistakes. This could be exactly the room that Air White's looking for.
Let's see how they can catch up through the bobsleigh section. Charles and, wow, everybody congregating. Incredible speed for Charles there from P3 to P1 in the blink of an eye. Mannix still being sandwiched between the two Air White players. Let's see how they get this drift all the way through the identity. Charles is still in the lead. Let's see if anybody takes off here. The top two maintaining grip. Nats is completely dead here. Mannix, I don't think, is going to have enough pace. Charles should take this one and will. In fact, Mello getting ahead of Nats and maintaining this draw and putting Air Green on match point. Crucially, it's not always what the lead teammate is doing. The person behind that leading teammate is just as important, especially with how the point structure works.
You need these points. You cannot leave points on the board like Air White has done in this map and expect to win. They're on track point now. They're on match point now. And Ace will win it for Air Green, and they will be your final semifinalist. Charles and Nats occupying the 1 and 2 spots, at least for the moment, and Ace here would change everything. But they have struggled to find their consistency on the identity. We are heading there now. Charles and Nats, 1 and 2. Nats goes flying again, and it's going to be Mello who takes the second spot. Charles will maintain his top spot. Nats again can't keep it on the track, and Mannix will cross the line in third. Another point for Air Green after what looks like the equalizer from Air White was there. We're a draw again, and Air Green 2 points away from moving on.
Just draw after draw. I'm getting PTSD from draws on slowdown. I don't want to see those anymore. Getting flashbacks from the Trolla match. Man, yeah, and now all of a sudden the work on Nats taps, the work necessary for Air Green to take this entire series and their third World Tour point is reduced just a little bit. They no longer need to ace. They just need to turn it into a victory. P1 and P3 is enough. That's exactly the position that they're in. Nats is going to have to work quite hard in order to change that.
Yeah, Charles, though, is very fast out of the bobsleigh around that corner as well. But he is still going to be challenged by Mannix. Mannix has had the speed, and Charles, not the greatest corner. Mannix with the lead. Nats does overtake Mello as Mello almost 10 seconds behind now. If Charles can manage to catch Mannix here, then we might just see 2 points in favor of Air White. Not going to happen. Mannix across the line in first. Charles second. Nats third. Another draw. But that's all that Air Green needs now, and it needs to be at least an ace in the next round for Air White.
God, man, all these signs throughout this map. The signs are the real like villain here. This is absolutely brutal. First of all, nice on the scoreline. Second of all, Air Green, all they need to do is draw their way to a victory here. So, I mean, Air White needs to be absolutely perfect, and to be quite honest, we haven't seen that from them on slowdown. Usually it's been Charles at or near the lead, and Nats has been kind of backing up the rear, usually falling into a battle with Mello. Now it's Nats in the lead, and Charles is the one who's having to fight from behind. Let's see what they can pull off, but they have about half the map left to make something happen.
Mel has been passed by Charles. Mannix is in his sights, and he does have a little bit of speed. This is going to come down to the identity yet again. Will we see a mistake? Nats has really struggled here, but he is in the lead, and there he goes off the track yet again. Mannix will pass him by into the top spot. Charles, he's pushing as hard as he can, not going to be able to catch Mannix, and that will do it with the Brazilian across the line first. It is Air Green in 6 maps to move on to the semifinal, taking down their fellow South American duo in Air White. GG's to both teams. It was a back-and-forth series all the way around, but ultimately Air Green, in all of the close maps, when it came down to what really mattered, Leachy, they were able to put up better, more consistent performances.
Yeah, GG. That was a really good match. That was a proper quarterfinals match. 6 maps, 4-2 for Air Green. Very well fought. I don't really have too much to analyze. That was some really good Trackmania. This is proof for what this format can kind of make, and proof that that I think both of these teams very much deserve to make it today too. I can't really speak to the 4-0s. I didn't really see that as it happened round by round, but at the very least on paper, you can't argue with the results. This was a very close fought battle, so I'm very happy with the way that this went. But Air Green will be the team moving on to their 3rd World Tour point. Air White will have to settle with just 2 for today.
Well, we have made it to the top 4 of this first regional here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to take a short break. When we come back, we will bring you the first of both semifinals. Both of the semifinals will be broadcast by us, so you're not going to miss a moment of the action. Make sure you keep it right here on the Trackmania Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NCSA Regional Day number 2. We are into the top 4, and we are into the Pickman stage of our first semifinal. We're going to throw it right on in. It's Hunted and Leachy here with you. Welcome back to the broadcast, and it is going to be for the first semifinal on your screens. 100% Canadians, the number 1 seed up against Air Green, the last hope for anybody who's not North America at this point, essentially. In this regional, it's going to be Mannix and Mello again for Air Green. They are in the red. Tankrom and Zettins for 100% Canadians in the blue. And we already have our maps, Leachy. Again, Gyroscope is map 7.
Again, Arrow Pipes was not banned and could have been picked randomly. I'm seeing a weird
This is
pattern
almost
here.
like the exact same. This is almost the exact same. Well, slowdowns first. No, it's the freestyle was first last time, but slowdowns first, back and forth second. Slippy slides is in there. Reps is in there. Freestyle. Okay, parkour 6th. Parkour was 5th last time. Yeah, so the teams are all just playing the same maps. They all just like the same 3 maps.
Yes, I get. I mean, it's a version of run what you brung. It's like play what you know, I guess. So no fault to them. You know, I wish we had a little bit more variety, and I desperately hoping that we do see Gyroscope at some point.
At this point, we should just the final should just be 7 slowdowns in a row, just back to back. We'll call it the Trolla Memorial Cup.
The Memorial Cup. It's just that you have to try and mimic the exact score line, 17 or 20-17, and if you don't, you just get booted.
Yeah.
Oh.
Both teams lose.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. This is the first time we're seeing 100% Canadians on our broadcast, and it took them getting top 4 for us to showcase them. So well done to them. I don't think it's much of a surprise. Again, coming in as the number 1 seed, Damascus Gaming number 2, who we will watch in just after this series. We'll watch their semifinal. But Tankrom and Zettins, it's a combination that's pretty scary, no matter who you are.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of hosting an event that Tankrom joined a little while ago, the MLE Open, and he's fast. I don't know if anybody is new to this scene, but Tankrom is pretty GD fast. So I'm excited to see how he is going to be able to dispatch of his opponents, if at all. Maybe Mannix and Mello are able to dig deep enough to give him a challenge. I mean, both teams are in the semifinals, so I wouldn't put it past him. Tankrom, actually the first player with a mistake, tapping the wall on the outside.
Well, let's see. Can Air Green turn this into an ace to kick things off? Does look like they are going to have to chase down Zettins here. And Air Green actually came into this event as the 10th seeded team. Again, seeds were determined by matchmaking rank between the 2 players comparatively to everybody else. So Air Green from a 10th seed to a top 4 spot, not too bad, and they're looking for even more as Mannix is going to try to chase down Zettins here into the identity. Mannix overtaking for just the moment, but here Zettins battling back. It's going to be pretty much nose to nose to the line. Mannix has the lead, and he crosses the line just ahead of Zettins. Well done, giving 2 points to Air Green. A great round there, a 57-5 to open things up.
Wow, it does not get much better than that. A .017. Absolutely fantastic. Air Green, early lead. Probably courtesy of that early lead, courtesy of an early mistake from Tankrom. Mello drifting very slowly up, but
Tankrom as well.
So did Tankrom. So now we have that classic situation in the World Tour format where you get 2 1v1s that you're trying to sort out.
It is cool how that sort of breaks down. And it's a lot more fun when, it's a little bit less fun when it's 2 teammates who make early mistakes.
Yeah.
Oh, Mello, he is face planted into that sign. I switched to his point POV. He got the worst time. I'm sorry about that, Mello. But now it's going to be Zettins leading Mannix again. Mannix was able to pull out the victory here through the identity. Can he do it again? He's looking for that inside line. Zetten's this time fighting him off a lot better than he did last time. Tankrom is in the air, so he won't have a chance to catch on. But this time it is the Canadian to lead the Brazilian across the line. And Tankrom will take third, Mello in fourth, so we will have a tie at 3. Heading into round number 3, back-to-back, or rather trading victories here between these teams. And this is a good sign. I was really hoping we'd get a good matchup between these teams.
We kind of deserve it at this point. I'm going to act all entitled and be like, hey, we're in semifinals. We need some kind of an even matchup. Both of these teams. Well, actually, no, not both of them. 100% Canadians was the only team between the two of them that actually got that 4-0. I guess that it's more of a point for me to touch on in the next semifinal because both of those teams 4-0'd their opponents. But Air Green actually was put through the ringer by their opponents. They needed to, as we saw on the stream, they needed to lose 2 maps to their opponents before getting maps number 3 and 4 to put them where they are. So Air Green may be a little bit more battle-tested compared to 100% Canadians.
Or at least a little bit more warmed up, that's for sure. As Mannix here going to lead Tankrom into this last corner, but Tankrom that just had enough speed, not going to get there in time. 5 thousandths difference, and Mannix is having to put on a show to win these rounds. It does end up in a draw, and I missed the time. It was what was it, a 50? It was a low 5, I think. I didn't catch it. Did you catch what the final time was for Mannix there?
I did not, unfortunately. I was too busy looking at the frame-by-frame action, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry about that. Normally I'm pretty good at catching the times. But
low
that
57 we're hearing from production. It was a low 57, so definitely fast.
Yeah, Mannix has had to really power his way through these first couple of rounds, and now Mello actually going to lead the way. Tankrom, what a corner.
God.
Overtaking both Air Green players, and now with a 100th to his benefit here. Turns that into about 2 tenths, and now he's going to look towards the identity. Here comes Mannix trying to battle back. Oh, he's a bit slow over the hump, and Tankrom should be able to coast to a victory.
Ooh.
No! Oh, he just gets it. I'm not sure how Mannix was able to make up that much time, but a 57-5 for Tankrom here to draw this round. Unbelievable stuff. Mello, a great time for him as well, and still it only results in a 3rd place.
It's moments like that where I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen in chat, for not having a good enough computer to also be running a replay buffer. You're gonna have to deal with crystal clear 1080p, 60 FPS, and decent audio, but no replays because man, I would be saving that forever. That was so close. He had so much momentum. Oh, but it was not meant to be. So round number 5, 5-5 between these two teams. And yeah, as you were saying before, I think a good sign of things to come. What a match we have in store for us.
Well, hey, even though we don't have replays, at least we can rely on chat to clip cool stuff. I've seen some pretty cool clips from the last couple of days. Definitely appreciate everybody doing the hard work there in chat. And we do appreciate everybody watching as well. This is fantastic to see the turnout that we've gotten for this first regional. But right now, it is 5-5, and it might not stay that way. Zetten's actually off the pavement a little bit there. He is going to recover quite nicely. Mello's got to try to make a good recovery. Can he snipe? Zetten's not quite. And this is the first big swing we see of the series. An ace to 100% Canadians, and it's 8-5 now. They are on track point.
I am really, really enjoying the dynamic that comes about from this point structure, because 5-5, you're cruising. It's like, okay, all right, other team's good, but we're pretty good too. We'll make this work. And then an ace completely flips that situation on his head. Who is that? Zetten's tapping the outside wall, but Tankrom and Mannix, of course, going at it up front. So this could be a draw. This could be a victory going the way of 100% Canadians. It all depends on how the finishing positions shake out. We still have about 50% of the map left as we pass through this uphill drift. Very tricky to get that one right. It's not quite as easy as you might think. Mannix and Tankrom still going at it through the dirt, coming up to the identity now.
Yeah, and we saw Mello not too long ago with a bit of a slide out, and he is going to be chasing down from the final position. Tankrum's there clipping the checkpoint, and that's going to give Mannix all the room he needs. Tankrum's actually super slow here, but he is going to cross the line in second place. Zettens will take third, and Mello will follow things up in fourth. So, I mean, if even though it's a draw for 100% Canadians, you are more than happy with that, as you are now just a point away. Air Green must ace this next round, or they'll be down early on in the series here.
Which is not the amount of pressure that you want to be operating, especially in an identity such as slowdown, where you really need to be on the ball. It's not necessarily an aim thing. It's more paying attention to how much momentum you have going into that initial drift. I mean, it's easy to fly out for all of them, but I feel like we've seen the most mistakes happening in that first drift, that big dip, and then climb back up the hill to the left. You really need to be on the ball, focusing on how much momentum you're carrying into there, because the second you go sailing off, it's pretty much lights out for you.
This is such an important round. This could be it for our first map here on Slowdown. Mello is going to be trying to make a charge. He gets by Zettens, but he still needs to pass Tankrum. Tankrum is going to give Mannix all he can handle towards the line. Mannix will come first, Tankrum second, but it's just not enough for Mello. And that is going to be GG on this map. Canadians get their point, and they will have a map number 1 in the bag as we head to map number 2. Air Green putting up a pretty good fight. Again, it was a close matchup all the way around. It's what we expected to see, or what we at least hoped to see between these teams. But that was Slowdown. I think Slowdown has produced probably the closest matches we've seen so far, obviously, with the one we saw yesterday. But just in general, the closest matchups have been on Slowdown, and now that we go to back and forth, we saw some struggles in the last series from both teams. So who knows what this map has in store for us.
Let's see if either of these teams have as much trouble as we witnessed early on with... Oh, no, it was Air Green, wasn't it? Yeah, Air Green was half of that equation of the teams that we were seeing have a lot of difficulty with the identity. Not one that I think a lot of players are seeing as super challenging, but you know, a consistency issue is what it is. So clearly there's a little bit of work to be done by at the very least the Air Green players. We, as you mentioned, as Tankrum clips that ice wall and is trying desperately to turtle to the CP, he gets it, but probably with a little bit of reservation, understanding that he's going to be very, very far into the rears. But hey, it generated a cool Twitch clip at the very least.
Yeah, an icy shell there for Tankrum. Unfortunately couldn't flip back over, and now it's going to be Mannix and Zettens 1-2. Mello not too far behind. Zettens goes wide. That gives Mello an opportunity. He's got a ton of speed. He's going to save his teammate. Mannix not going to be able to finish in first. What a final section from Mello. It's a 1-2 finish for Air Green, so it's an ace regardless. But that was a lot of fun to watch out of Mello there as he passes the final two players in that last section. 3-0 now for Air Green, and that's a great response after dropping map 1.
Really, really good. Really good response, and good response from how they had been able to handle, or rather had trouble handling, this map in their opening series for this for this day 2 of the regional. So good job. Begin as you mean to continue, and a 3-0
Is that a saying?
To start this.
Or did you just make that up?
No, I'm pretty sure that's a thing. Chat. It's go on, or it's start as you mean to go on, I think is the phrase. I don't know. I'm trying to sound smart, dude. Come on.
Hey, well, look, if you would have made that up, I think that would have been better. Well, you know, wise words.
Yeah.
But either way, we'll see if they can heed your advice, as Mannix is in the lead. Mello right with the pack of Canadians here to look for that second place finish. I don't know if he's got the speed. Mannix across the line. Tankrum and Zettens 2 and 3 respectively. Mello bring up the rear 8/10, separating the entire lobby. It will be a draw. Air Green keeps their 3-point lead. And now we saw, I would say the struggles on this map were right at the beginning, although I think that was mainly Nats who was struggling a little bit in our last series. But it was right at the beginning and right towards the end with that identity is where we saw the struggles. for both teams. And up to this point, I mean, a slide out from Zettens has really been the only thing. I mean, granted, it's been 2 rounds, but there haven't been too, the identity hasn't given them too many difficulties up to this point.
Yeah, it really has been more the obstacles throughout the majority of the map, the meat and potatoes of the map, if you will. It's not just the dessert in the form of the of the identity. It's you really kind of need to pay attention to the entire thing. A lot of people, I've seen online people saying that, like, oh, well, TMGL is just you wait to the identities and then things get crazy, but it really isn't that, at least from the experience that I've seen, as Zettens and Tankrom make that ace happen to tie it up back to 4-4 on map number 2. You really need to respect the entire map. It's not just a walk in the park until you get to the identity. You need to be fully focused from the word go.
And we saw that there. 100% Canadians had a pretty sizable lead into that final identity, and they walk away with an ace. Zettens goes well off the track there, having to respawn, and this will be a race for an ace here for Air Green. Tankrom, though, love to see a draw. Love to see 5-5 if possible. He is falling back a little bit to Manix, and Mello, pretty decent exit out of the ice section, though he is just a couple of tenths behind Tankrom here. Into the identity we go. Manix has been pretty speedy. Tankrom going to try to track him down. Mello there, looking for a mistake from his opponent ahead. Mello instead is the one who clips. Now we'll see how Tankrom handles the pressure. He is up to the line, just tapping the checkpoint itself, but it's not going to cost him. He does break up the ace, but Air Green do find 2 points.
Victory.
Lead going the way of Air Green, restoring not the exact lead that they had to begin, but a lead at all.
Yes.
They will feel, I don't know. I don't think it's right to say that they'll feel hard done by giving Canadians the ace that they had, because at the end of the day, it was them making the mistakes. But, feeling like they are owed the lead that they gained for themselves right at the beginning. So at least they are able to claw it back, 1 point away from it becoming map points. See how this round shakes out. We have at least 2 rounds left to play here on back and forth.
If the standings hold, we will see a draw. Air Green will be pushed up to that track point. So if you are 100% Canadians, you would love to see a victory here. If possible, put yourself on track point as well. But there's a lot to do to catch Manix. Over 8 tenths separating them. Manix has been consistent through that identity so far in this series, and he continues that there. Zettens did make up out a tenth, but not nearly enough to break the draw. So it is a track point from Air Green, looking to take away a map here from 100% Canadians and potentially throw a bit of a wrench in some people's plans for this series. I think a lot of people put 100% Canadians in that final in relatively easy fashion, but it looks like Air Green's going to give them all they can handle here.
Zettens had an early mistake on that dirt kind of reverse cake section, but Mello also clipped that penalty snow on the inside, which completely removes your ability to do that bug slide effectively. There's just no grip on the tires whatsoever. And now Zettens is fighting about half a second back from Manix and Tankrom, who are going at it. Tankrom, crucial clip there. How does that change the standings? Manix is still in the lead. Zettens now P2. And Tankrom and Mello actually very close. Still watching the leaders here. Manix should be fine with the consistency. So is Tankrom. Let's see how this plays out. Mello is chasing Tank up this hill. Tank clips again, and he gets sniped at the line by Mello. 2 points going the way of Air Green, and all of a sudden, it's 7-9. This is the final round. Mathematically, the map will come to an end once all 4 cars cross the finish line here.
Yeah, there's no way we can see anything other than the end of this track right here. Both teams on track point. Has to be an ace for 100% Canadians, and that's going to be Zettens into the first checkpoint there. And it will be now really, I wouldn't say a coast to the finish, but you can play it safe if you're air green. One of the two of you has to beat Zettins, and you will win this track. As Mello, he's able to recover that. That was pretty wicked. That was pretty wicked from Mello, not going to lie. And he keeps his third place spot as Mannix and Tankrum going to be doing battle up front. Better transition here from Tankrum, certainly. He is going to even have a bit of a lead, but Mannix, look at the line. He's so fast through this section. As long as he can keep it on the track, it looks like he will. Don't underestimate this final corner through the checkpoint. He's there. Oh, Tankrum wins, but it doesn't matter. It's a draw, and it is air green to take map number 2.
All right, map 2 going the way of air green. It is 1-1 in terms of the series score, so we head on to map number 3. Nice and even hunted. I think we have been treated quite well to the teams that made it through, especially considering the match that we picked for the opening series of the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen in chat, hope you guys are all enjoying this one. I know that Hunted and I are having an absolute blast. It is freestyle for map number 3, and this identity that has been giving players so much trouble time and time again.
Yeah, freestyle is the name of this track. It's also the name of the move that Mello did at the end of that race.
Yes, indeed.
That was pretty cool. And yeah, freestyle. Looking forward to this one. And you know, just to kind of wrap things up on that last track too, I mean, that victory for Air Green that kind of pushed them to the edge, 9-7. It came down to the mistake at probably the worst possible spot on the track for Tankrum, right? You saw him clip, and normally a clip's not that bad, especially when somebody's made a worse mistake behind you. But he had to full respawn because he didn't have enough speed to actually get the checkpoint in the turnaround zone. So, you know, it's just one of those things, right, that you can't really help making mistakes, but you got to mitigate damage. And unfortunately for him, it just didn't quite work out that way. But here we are. That is in the past. I'm sure they have forgotten that map already. Have 100% Canadians as they look to potentially take an ace here. If they could chase down Mannix, they are both just a 10th back from him. Let's see how this one plays out. Mannix, he's slow. It's Zettins, Tankrum, then Mello, and it's a 3-0 start for 100% Canadians.
That's the way to what? Well, hang on. What was the phrase? Start as you mean to go on. There we go.
Yeah.
It sounds smart, right? I swear.
Yeah,
no, I didn't.
I'm telling you, it's good.
I won't come. I won't take credit for it. I know that I have read that somewhere, but I appreciate that you at least thought that I had the mental capacity to come up with that myself. So
I kind of hope it's Wayne Gretzky who said that, just because.
What?
Yeah, you know the Office meme. You miss 100% of the shots that you.
Oh, okay.
Wayne Gretzky.
Yes. Got it.
Out.
Got it.
Come on.
Fair
Come
enough.
on. Make me explain the jokes on the broadcast.
Look at this ace position for 100 Canadians. 100 thieves.
100 Canadians.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's awesome. That's fantastic. I mean, they are looking pretty good. No ice on this track, so I'm surprised being Canadian that they have such a lead. Mello doing what he can to try to catch up to them. Not going to happen. It's back-to-back aces for the blue side. 100% Canadians, 100% of the points, 6-0. And they are looking quite good to take down map number 3.
God, how demotivating is that? Just to see a 0 next to your name and a 6 next to your opponents. That is pretty mental. Look at this. Who is that? I think it's, Zettins is the only player that's taken that outside line. But look at that. Excellent momentum is at least enough to throw him past Mello and having him catching up to his teammate in the form of Tankrum. Very risky run there. A lot of momentum. Was able to save it, but at the cost of his position is all the way back at P4 now. It's going to have to fight back.
Yeah, he had almost too much speed. Couldn't quite handle it. You saw him kind of take it too far inside, and then had to swing outside with all that speed to just keep it on the track. And now Mannix and Tankrum, one-on-one battle up front. Mello has some speed coming down the long straightaway there. Doesn't quite catch up to the leaders, but Tankrum goes too low. I think he hit the checkpoint, and now this could be an ace in response. Mannix and Mello 1-2, and there's 3 aces in 3 rounds. 6-3 in favor of 100% Canadians.
All right. Definitely not out of it quite yet. I guess, what is it? I guess it's like a race to the 4th ace, because that'll send you past 12. So even though it was 6-0, if you're counting it in aces, really it was only 2-0, if you think about it. So still plenty of time.
I'm going to go like full tennis on it. Just, it's 60-30.
Yeah.
I like that. Makes it sound, more intense. Oh, Mannix too far inside off that no steer section. He had to cut back hard, and that's going to give Zettens and Tankrum a huge lead. I mean, I say huge. It's huge for this map. But here's Mello. Pretty good transition through the ring. And now he's a little bit wide. He's going to have to try to cut it back. This is going to be a bit awkward for him to try to catch the leaders. Yeah, that's Zettens and Tankrum extending the lead down the downhill. About a half a second between the teams. Tankrum doesn't quite make the jump. Mannix will cut by, and Mello will get him as well. It's a draw to move 100% Canadians to track points.
Okay, Mello, that was close, because I mean, they're still in track point, but you're forcing your opponents to hit an ace to end this map. So you can only do what you can do, but that was at the very least a good save right there at the very end. Man, it is definitely safer to take that inside line through that early dirt turn, but I haven't really seen Zettens making a mistake there, maybe with the resulting momentum almost flying off of that grass section toward about halfway through, but I don't know. It's been safe enough for him. Maybe it's time for one of the other players on here to change up their strategy.
Oh, how is Tankrum still? I don't know. He is a wizard. I don't know how he didn't crash with that line that he had. He is looking to battle his way towards the front. Mannix is able to keep his lead for the moment. Tankrum now a little bit of speed. Mannix is too low. This could be it. Mello's on the respawn. Tankrum a bit of a fail, but I think he's going to run backwards. Mello's got to beat him to the line. Oh, he just gets him. Tankrum can't go backwards fast enough. Mello keeps him alive. It's 9-5. My word. How close was that?
Okay. How do people... Riddle me this. How do people keep picking freestyle when there is so much inconsistency with the identity? At this point, I cannot believe I'm saying this out loud, but I actually think arrow pipes might be a better choice than freestyle. We have seen so many people failing it time and time again. We haven't seen arrow pipes once on the broadcast. Maybe it's time to switch things up because... Oh,
no, Mello.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that might just do it. They need an ace, obviously, to keep them in line here. I mean, we could see some drama at the identity, but I don't think it's that inconsistent. Zettens has been pretty good on it. Mannix does have the lead, but it's going to need to be 2 mistakes from the blue players here. Zettens will be the first to give it a go, and he will make it easily. Mannix unable to make it himself, and that is going to do it. An ace to finish it out. Why not? 100% Canadians, 12-5 final score. And they gave us a bit of drama. Will not deny that. A bit of fun there towards the end, but it is the blue side, the number 1 seed here to take map number 3, their second win. It is 2-1.
Indeed. 12-5. Map number 4. I cannot remember which one this one is.
Well, we kind of sped through that.
We did, yeah. Slippy slides again, man. And this is another one that has been deceptively difficult, and it's definitely a favorite of certain teams because it's being picked very frequently early on in all of the rounds because we've seen it so often. But this map is no slouch. You really kind of need to be on the ball for this.
I love this map. I love watching this map just because the bug slides are so cool as like a viewer experience. The bug slides are really cool, but you know, it's also hard enough to where we get some drama towards the end, and unfortunately for Tankrum, he's gonna have to watch his fellow opponents or his fellow players. What happened there to Zettens? Did he? Oh, he had to respawn. He had to respawn from the beginning.
Zettens got launched to Mars. He went up on that diagonal support beam on the CP and just absolutely took off. So, GG. Okay. He'll be landing at some point. Maybe Elon Musk is bringing him back down to one of those landing pads. We'll see him eventually, but should be a relatively safe ace in the bag for Air Green as long as they can keep it consistent through the second half of this map.
Yeah, almost 2 seconds between Mello and Tankrum. Almost
Canada Airlines in chat. I love that. Air Canada.
Let's see how they handle the bug slide. It's Mannix first. He makes it look easy. There's number 2. Mello as well, and it's a 1-2 finish for Air Green. Zettens, his first go at the bug slides look pretty solid to me. So, assuming we don't see too big mistakes from 100% Canadians, hopefully we should have some fun finishes in this series. But that's a great ace to kick things off with Air Green. That's exactly what you want after dropping map number 3.
Has it been every single map has opened with an ace on the first round?
You mean in this series?
Yeah, in this series. It definitely happened the last map, and I feel like it happened the first 2 maps as well. But yet again, shout out to my garbage memory yet again. But I don't know. It feels consistent. Tankron with an excellent flowing line over that dirt bump right there. Need to take it as wide as possible from left to right to make sure you maintain contact because the car is fragile as well. So the second you hop, you're going to damage that car, slow you down.
Man, Mello, he is keeping pace, but just barely avoiding obstacles by centimeters. And, he slides out this time. Oh, so does Tankrum, I think, though he does make a pretty decent recovery. It's going to come down to Mannix and Zettens 1 and 2 at the moment. And here we go, bug slide. Mannix gets a great line, and we'll see if he can turn it into a victory. He should. Zettens did have some pretty good speed across the line, but Mannix able to hang on a 108 from him to force the draw, as we've got a 4-1 scoreline now.
Well done. This could be one of those situations where Air Green can kind of afford to play it a little bit safer and just go for the draws. They don't need to go all out round after round because they do have that 3-point cushion. Ideally, you probably want to get a 4-point cushion so that you've got at least protection from an ace. We'll call it ace insurance. Is that that 4-point cushion? Maybe look for that, but at that point, I feel like you can breathe maybe not a sigh of relief, but you can at least consider doing it within the next couple of rounds here.
Right.
Mannix
runs
every
wide.
Single time there, man. It's. I don't know if that's part of his line or it's just he hasn't gotten it down, but I've seen it so consistently from him, and it is eating into his time.
That was the first time I think he's gone that wide, though, on that corner, giving both Zettens and Tankrum a little bit of room to work with, though. Tankrum and Mello struggling with the first bug slide there through the reactor. Mannix doesn't get the bug slide. That's going to be Zettens now. He should coast to the finish, and he will. Mannix leading Mello, then Tankrum. Mannix is too far inside, but I don't think it's going to matter. He will cross the line in second. Mello in third, so it is another draw. And Air Green, maybe a bit of a sigh of relief there that Tankrum had so much trouble with that initial bug slide that they don't get punished with an ace of their own.
Worked out, and here the strategy, move after move, comes into play. The draws are fine. You really don't have to sweat it because you've got those points to your name. Who in the world landed that high? Dear Lord, that was Mannix, I believe. Excellent speed. You see it carried through here, getting the gear before he even gets to the dirt. Yet another one of these. Oh, okay, doesn't actually throw it back and forth, but it's a light enough landing that it doesn't affect the condition of the car, even though it is in that fragile condition. Nice to see. Interesting.
A cool little mechanics on display here. Mannix this time much better through that section, definitely keeping it a little bit farther inside, and you can see him starting to build a lead to the Canadian players. But Zettins, that's a nice started. It looked like a good line. He just couldn't quite pull it back. Tankrum with a ton of speed. He's going to overtake for the lead now, heading into the bug slides. Let's see what Mannix can do. Trying to undercut. He's just a bit wide. This is going to be really close. But Tankrum a better line into the second bug slide. Mello not too far behind, and we've got yet another draw. Air Green, again, more than happy with that.
Draw number 3, heading into round number 5 on Slippy Slides. It's one of those things where, you know, which team is going to blink first? Are 100% Canadians going to start going all out, pulling for the ace or at least a victory? Or is Air Green going to get in their heads a little bit too much with knowing that all they need to do is play for a draw and maybe go a little bit too lax and start leaking some points to 100% Canadians? I guess we'll have to find out.
And again, I mean, you touched on it last time around, but the fact that the lines are two completely different lines for Mannix compared to both 100% Canadians players through that section, and Mannix keeps so much speed, it just doesn't look like that line should work as well as it does.
Yeah, I agree. It's wonky, but it's
Zettins.
Zettins, that's not good. Tankrum is going to come past him, but still has a mammoth gap to make up to Mannix, who just needs to make it through these bug slides. Let's see if he can do it. Probably can, given the speed. Nice, safe, middle of the road line. That'll be yet another draw with Mello bringing up the back of the pack in fourth.
Yeah, a 107.3, pretty quick there for Mannix. I still think he's a little bit inside on that second bug slide. I mean, what do I know, right? But you know, it always seems like he loses just a little bit of time because he's so wide on the first one. I don't know if he's setting up a little bit too far to the right off the jump, but it's not easy to do, certainly. I mean, with coming out of the water, you have wet tires and having to deal with that, and you know, just the fact that he's consistent on both bug slides, I think he's happy with, especially with his speed up to that point.
Yeah,
but yeah, it always looks like he's just very far inside. Either way, he has certainly performed for his team here. They are on track point, and ace will do it. 100% Canadians pretty much need an ace at some point in the next couple of rounds to give themselves a chance here. As Mannix leading Tankrum, Mello in third this time around. Really wide line there from Mello, but he's got a lot of speed. He's going to start catching onto Tankrum here, who is 3/10 back from Mannix. Here we go, identity time. Mannix, pretty solid. Tankrum gives him chase, and he does get it. He just got him 400, and that's what I'm saying. It looks like Mannix just a bit slow on that second bug slide, and we've got to draw because of it.
I was so committed to the fact that that was going to be 2 points going the way of Air Green. And it comes down to the final bug slide. Better line, better speed. Pizza place. 8-5. And now Air Green, yes, all they need is a victory here. But, wow, that's got to be a little bit demotivating at the very least if any of them happen to play with cars on. You, for sure, had to have thought that was a guaranteed win. But it was not meant to be. Wow, all 4 players getting through there quite nicely. Nice and bunched up as well. Let's see how the rest of this map develops.
But it's just what I was saying, man. It just seems like Mannix maybe, you know, he might be comfortable with that line. I just don't think it's necessarily optimal. And Tankrum kind of showed him why. It might be a little bit better to try to squeeze more space out of that first bug slide if possible. And, Mello, he almost missed that boost, but he ends up getting it. He is going to overtake Zettins, who went just a bit wide. This could be it if Mello can hang on to this third-place spot. Tankrum clips. This is going to be Mannix all alone for the top spot. Zettins is going to challenge now. He is looking to break any kind of points up here, but it's not going to happen. It's the ace for Air Green, and we're tied at 2.
Tied at 2 indeed. Going back and forth, we have yet another situation where both teams find themselves with 2 map wins, and we're headed to map number 5 And things are looking quite even yet again. Drum roll, please. What do we have for map number 5? It is reps, I do believe.
It's a Trackmania map, that's for sure.
You dang right about that. Reps.
It is reps.
I got it right. Let's go.
Oh, man, from one identity. Actually, funny enough, did we see anyone really mess up a bug slide? I don't think so. That was pretty consistent.
I don't think so. Yeah, because normally it's like either they go too tight with not enough speed, so they clatter into the inside, or they go too wide and they smack into those outer arrows. But I don't recall seeing many of those mistakes, if any.
Let's see if they can perform the same consistent speed on this identity, where we have certainly seen, even in the last series, mistakes and lead changes, points taken and given. Right at the final. He loves his outside lines, man. Zettens definitely loves to utilize as much track as possible, especially in those dirt sections. I mean, it makes sense with dirt.
It's so risky though, man. He was like ropey through that section. It worked out. He's still in P3, but it was a good run there. God, look how close Tankrum and Mannix are right now, though.
Yeah, this is wheel-to-wheel racing here towards the identity, down through the penalty grass. Mannix a little bit more speed, but Tankrum right there waiting for a mistake. He's going to look for the inside line. Does he have the speed? He's got him. Just got him. What a line from Tankrum. And it's a 2-1 Canadians victory to open up this map.
God, that was close. Oh, my God. Just the collective clench from everybody in chat going, ooh, my God, he probably has some 2-1. Good start, Canadians. Tankrum really, really digging deep with that landing as well. Love to see it. Oh, early tap there. Who was that? I think it was Mello. It was indeed unfortunate, so he's going to have a little bit of more difficult time fighting back here. It's going to need to rely on Mannix putting up a good fight, and it's easier said than done when it's Tankrum and Zettens that you're going up against.
But Mannix has been there, man. Mannix has been the rock for this team. I don't think they would be nearly as far if not for Mannix's consistency towards the top. He has really been always in the conversation to take the victory on any one of these rounds, and he's looking for it again. This time he's going to be the one following Tankrum down through the penalty grass. Does have a little bit more speed, but again, they are just about wheel-to-wheel coming into the identity. He's going to go down the inside this time. Does he return it? He does! Oh my goodness, Mannix snipes Tankrum, but this time it's 2,000ths difference. As Mannix said, I can do it too, and it's 3-2 now between these teams.
Oh my God.
What in the world?
This is what Trackmania can be when you have two genuinely good teams fighting this close to each other. 2,000ths of a second between it. Oh, it does not get much better than that. 100% Canadians. 3-2 lead, and it is still very early days in this reps match.
Wow. Intense battles towards the top here. Mello, he's got himself in the conversation this time around. It is pretty much a pack of four here. Only about 2.5 tenths separating the four players. So now it's going to be Tankrum ahead of Mannix. Doesn't happen again. This time Tankrum's got a much bigger lead, though. And it's just a little bit wide. Mannix could have the inside line, but he can't quite hang on to it. Zetten's overtaking Mello as well. And that's going to be an ace for 100% Canadians. And that is a big mistake that may just cost Air Green.
That was unfortunate. Yeah, that and this is such a good proof of how tight these margins can be. Obviously, back-to-back, the first round we get is freaking 2,000ths between the top two players tap on the inside from somebody. But then second, you still had a relatively decent result locked in for your team, and then you slip off of that final bench section, and you go from at least pulling back 1 point for your team to an ace for 100% Canadians leading to a second one now that Manic's back right wheel taps that outside wall. He has it all to do for it now. This is going to be an uphill battle the rest of this run.
Yeah, this is... I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Again, this is not the identity to just assume 100% Canadians will scoot by without any trouble. Mannix is not that far behind. He's only got 7/10 to make up. One clip of a tire, one small mistake will be enough to allow him to catch back up, but it is Tankram and Zettens through just like that. It's another ace, and they put themselves in a dominant position here on map number 5, 9-2 here on reps. It looks like 100% Canadian is going to take the lead back.
It has been very back and forth. Not in this map, but in terms of the series score, it just flipped back and forth between 100% Canadians and Air Green. I mean, if we're following patterns, it's got to be Air Green taking map 6, right? Or did I literally just caster curse them? And
now you've lost your job.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Thanks,
forgive me
for being in the broadcast booth with me. I'll handle the rest of the broadcast.
All right, GG folks. See ya. Peace out.
Well, Zettens makes a bit of a mistake. This is going to give some life to Air Green. It's not over yet. Let's not count out Mannix and Mello, but they do need to chase down Tankram here. First things first. Need to find this first ace. Then they'll need to replicate it, but Mello falling a bit back. He's 7/10 behind. Going to most likely need a mistake from the French-Canadian ahead of him as Mannix trying to track down Tankram. Tankram into the identity. Let's see what he's got. First is good. Second is better. And the map is 100% Canadians. 10-3. Final score. They have won map number 5. We will head to map 6 because this is a best of 7. But after such a dramatic start, it almost feels like 10-3 doesn't tell the story of how crazy this map was at the beginning.
I could not agree more. It's almost cruel because Air Green have been so good in keeping pace with their opponents. And 100% Canadians, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, number 1 seed, seeding, of course, based on matchmaking rating, but number 1 seed coming into this one. Air Green are doing a fantastic job dealing with this one. Actually, I'm going to take a second to remind myself of what the seeding was for Air Green. They were 10th. So this is seed 1 going up against seed 10, and this is pretty much the closest match that we've seen this entire weekend, apart from the Trolla legend.
Yeah, it's been a close battle. Definitely. We may end up needing all 7 maps here in this first semi. We do, again, want to just take a brief moment, say thank you to everybody who's been cheering the teams on, who's been in chat, enjoying all of our broadcasts this weekend. It's been such a great first opening weekend for the new year of Trackmania esports, not just here, but the TMGL and, of course, the MEA regional as well. As Mello has to respawn, but Mannix is going to push himself into the lead. Tankram with a bit of a bobble. Zettens, he is going to be struggling as well. Mannix will cross the line easily, but it's going to come down to who takes second. Zettens looks to be the guy there, but now it's Mello and Tankram battling for third, and it's going to be Mello to get there before Tankram. So a 2-1 victory to open things up here for Air Green.
Early lead for Air Green. I would love to start getting some statisticians together and start putting together some things to read, such as like what the percentage is of a map win for the team that takes the first lead in the score. So like Air Green going up 2-1, like what are the odds based on historical evidence that they go through and take this entire map. Obviously, it's a very new format, so not a lot of stats to go on. But I would love to see, as this format and the World Tour in general matures, I would love to start reading into stats like that. It's always super fascinating to me.
Yeah, absolutely. More and more stats is better in my opinion. The more stats you can give the better. As Mannix going to overtake Tankrom there into the identity. And Mannix has been pretty consistent here. He'll continue it. And he just takes down Tankrom. He had a little bit of a bobble, but it wasn't enough. He just ran out of track to Tankrom. And it's another victory for Air Green.
4-2, 2 victories in a row will double that point deficit. Things looking good. Not consistent yet. I don't want to start ringing the alarm bells, but things have been looking. I'll start calling it consistent when we get 3 round victories in a row. Then I'll start believing it. I'm going to call it belief in gyroscope. We got it. We have to make it to map 7. We have to see gyroscope, please.
I really hope that you're right there. What happened to Mannix? How did he lose so much speed heading into that section? He drops all the way down to P4. He's not too far behind, but this is an opportunity for an ace here from 100% Canadians. So Tankrom tapped that wall. It doesn't look like it, but Mannix goes wide into the dirt. Mello not too much better, but he does have a little bit of speed. If there's a mistake in front of him, could break up this ace. But here comes Tankrom and Zettins through the identity, and they have given themselves the lead.
Well done. The ace, and just like that, the lead flips. It's not severe. It's a severe point gain for the Canadians, but it is only a single point lead, and we are still surely a couple rounds away from hitting the match point scenario. So Air Green, not a ton to worry about too much. I will say that consistency that I mentioned before, definitely technically out the door now, but not the end of the world, but definitely something you kind of want to stem the flow of those kind of mistakes as time goes on. So hopefully as we get about halfway through round number 4, Air Green can kind of work to make that happen.
Good run so far here from Mello, keeping pace with Tankrom. Mannix not too far behind. Zettins had a little bit of trouble with that ice slide, I believe, and he is back by about a second to his closest opponent. But now Tankrom leading the charge to the identity. Mello and Mannix side by side giving chase. Everybody will make it through, so this will end up in a draw. And that pushes 100% Canadians to 6. 1 point away from that track point.
We're in another one of those situations. It is. We're in another one of those situations where I don't think necessarily that... God, I don't know, man. 1 point is not enough, because all Air Green needs to do is pull off a victory, which we've seen plenty of times, and we're back dead even again, and then there's really nothing in it. So 6-5, in my opinion, is close enough. Like, it may as well be a tie on points. It's effectively, in my mind at least, I'm treating them effectively as the same result.
Yeah, it is similar, but it's also still, it's a tiebreaker to 100% Canadians, effectively.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't lose if you're winning. Pretty much. I guess is kind of the thought there. But anyway, let's see what happens here. Mannix, he's got a little bit more speed than Tankrom here, but Tankrom a much better line through the identity. He's going to go wide, and that's going to be enough to do it. Zettins will take third, and that's 2 more points to 100% Canadians. It's 8-6 now, match point, and it's not an ace required necessarily, but it's just about required.
Yeah, this got significantly more concerning for Air Green now. They pretty much, to flip the scripts, they need an ace here. A victory will still keep them in it, but just by the skin of their teeth, and they would still be at a disadvantage because a draw would hand the win and advancing to the grand finals over to their opponents in 100% Canadian. So if there was ever a time to dig deep, it's right now.
And you need at least one player in the top 2. Well, you need one player to win, technically. You can't afford to give that first spot to 100% Canadians here if you are Air Green. And Mannix going to be looking to do just that. Mello's actually got a lot of speed here, too, through the dirt section. But Tankrom, he's been really fast through this identity. Let's see what we've got. Tankrom could end it right here. He's got the line, he's got the speed, and he's got the match for his squad. Just kidding. It's the draw. I was wrong. You can afford to not have the first spot. But he's essentially put them a point away.
Well, at the very least, we know that, again, it's another one of those mathematical situations. The round or the map comes to an end here. So Air Green must ace this in order to live. The chat is eating you alive right now. Leave him alone, guys. Caster Math's difficult.
It's fine. Well, now at this point,
yeah,
my point stands. You can't allow anybody in the top 2 if you are Air Green. You have to ace this round. And 100% Canadians with the first two spots. It is a half second between them. And this is all to do. You pretty much need a mistake now, especially with Mannix so far back. As long as one of the two of them make it across, that is going to do it. Oh, Zen's into the sign. It's on Tankrum now, but he has been so good through the identity. And this time, Tankrum wins it for his team. Even with the draw, it's enough for the 100% Canadians. They will take us out of this series before we hit Gyroscope again. Draw. But really well-played match to everybody. I mean, especially to Air Green. You got to give them credit here, Leechy. A lot of people had 100% Canadians going through, maybe not even dropping a map, but Air Green proved that they can hang.
Oh, 100%. GG to Air Green. I mean, especially with the difference in seed between the two of these teams. I mean, that was a fantastic performance from Air Green. Yet another map yet another match that we get robbed of Gyroscope. So I believed in Gyroscope, but it didn't happen this time. But 100% Canadians, as you said, probably the expected victor here. But Air Green absolutely giving them a run for their money. So well-deserved trip to the semifinals for Air Green, but unfortunately their journey ends right here.
Indeed, and we have a second semifinal that the players have certainly been ready and waiting to go. We are going to take just a very short break to allow us to get everything going on the back end. Once we come back, we will find who will challenge 100% Canadians in that final here in the first NCSA Regional. Don't go anywhere. This is the Trackmania Twitch channel. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After two intense matchups, we are here in the second semifinal. Last semifinal. Final three teams left in the tournament here, Lychee. It is Damascus Gaming, who a lot of folks expecting to have a good result. I think top four, you can't complain about that, but I think a lot of folks expect to see Damascus in the finals. They have final form to go through here, and certainly not a team to take lightly.
Yeah, certainly not. So we were talking about this while we were offline. By the way, I thought you said an exciting two maps. I thought you were about to be like an exciting 2 minutes of intermission.
2 minutes of intermission.
Oh my God, it was white knuckle thrill ride. So Damascus and Final Form, two teams that made it through to day two entirely through the upper bracket. So Damascus and both teams swept the two teams that they needed to beat to get here. So Damascus plowed their way through Air Black, followed by Air Green, and then qualified. Final Form plowed their way through Evo America and Halcyon Dairy to qualify. So no slouches for either of these teams, and both of them 4-0'd their opponents earlier today in the quarterfinals of the day two portion of the regional. So I know probably, again, that's whatchamacallit, Damascus is the favorite, but at the very least on paper, as far as the tournament has gone, both of these teams have been nigh on perfect.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's got to end here. One of them has to lose. You know, unfortunately, we can't have three teams in the finals. So one of them has their journey cut short here. It's going to be a very good matchup, I think. All four players in this lobby, very high level, very high skill level, very high ranking. And, some of the top form in North America specifically, but broadly in NCSA. So this should be an exciting matchup. If the last matchup was any indication of what could be for this one, I just, how can you not be excited to see this match?
It would take a crazy person to not be excited. So let's figure out in what order we will be excited. It is pick and ban phase. Parkour has been picked, followed by agility dash and reps. Gyroscope, unfortunately banned by somebody who blue team would be Damascus. So Damascus choosing to ban gyroscope and
slow down
band as well. So Slippy Slides pick number 4. Arrow Pipes is still on the table, but let's I guess see which way teams are leaning. It's been today it hasn't been a consistent ban, but throughout the tournament in general, it's been a consistent ban. Freestyle number 5.
Hey, look, it's the same maps we've played, and Arrow Pipes gets picked randomly. So no back and forth this time. So flip of faith into Arrow Pipes for 6 and 7. Interesting stuff. We're going to start where we finished on Parkour, then into Agility Dash, which we haven't seen today, but has been relatively popular in the regional. And then, reps Slippy Slides for the 4 maps that we must play to decide a victor here. I'm excited for this. This is interesting. I would like to see Gyroscope. I have a feeling we may not see that map at all in this regional, which is a little sad. But Arrow Pipes is on the table, and I mean, talk about a deciding map if we go to Game 7 for Arrow Pipes.
Oh my God, the tension in there is going to be absolutely ridiculous. So as we load onto Parkour, I feel like a nice bit of continuity there. We ended that last series on Parkour, and we will start this one on Parkour. Damascus Gaming in blue, Neil and Nixotica going up against Final Form, Novastar, and Yandro. Hanging out in the warm-up for 10 seconds. We are going to get this underway very, very shortly. Some of the best American duos that you could possibly ask for going up against each other right now.
I mean, I would say the best 2 American duos going up against each other right now.
That's nice.
I don't think that I don't know of. I mean, maybe they exist, but right now, I mean, these are probably the top 4 players in North America. They are bad, or rather in the United States, I should say.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, don't want to forget the Canadian players, but for a United States battle, and I'm sure we have plenty of US TM fans. Shout out to the US Trackmania community as well.
Did you just see Nick Exotica?
Yes. I don't know what happened.
He threw himself into a drift given that little hiccup before the quarter pipe, which allowed him to get a lower transition in midair. That is interesting. I don't think I've seen that before. And pardon my ignorance. I'm sure everybody knows about this strat at this point, but
oh, Novastar's wide.
Oh, just
that was close.
That one. It's a round victory for Damascus Gaming. So 2-1 up. Final form will have to settle for the single point, but good start for Neil and Nixotica here.
It's a victory at the very least for Damascus to open things up. Novastar just hanging on there to break up the ace. And I have a feeling we're not going to see too many mistakes on these maps from these players. It won't be... I think if any match is going to deliver a 4-pack into the identity, I think this one is that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But we'll see. We will have to find out. As right now, Neil just a bit too wide on that ice slide, and he will have to respawn. Or at the very least lose a decent chunk of time. It's going to be Nixotica to take over for him in the lead. But Novastar and Yandro not too far behind, chasing down the leader. Here we go, dirt section, so important to maintain speed. Novastar is going to be just a little bit slower than Nixotica here. As long as Nix can keep it on the track, he will at least force a draw, and he does. It's Novastar, Yandro, Neil to follow up, and Damascus get their point.
I posit that the reason Nix won that one with a 56-9, by the way, that the reason he won that one was because of that strat in the quarter pipe transition. I want to see if anybody else has kind of caught on to this, because he seems to be the only one that's doing that. Oh, tap on the outside by Neil. He seems to be the only one that's doing that, and it's gaining him a substantial amount of time. So... dear viewers, maybe just tune into that for a second and see how consistently he can pull that off.
Well, we're coming up to the section here. And yeah, he is quite low on that wall. And you can see Novastar in front of him. A little bit higher, a little bit farther of a jump there. And, the longer your tires are off the ground, the less acceleration you've got. And that's going to be a tap on the wall, just barely on the outside tire there by Novastar. And it's going to be Nix to take the lead. Neil, he's got the third place, but everybody's respawning. Nix is the only one to make it through. Yandro from 4th to 2nd like that. And he has put himself in the top 2. Novastar trying to make it a 3rd place finish. He hits the lip. Neil can turn it into a victory if he can get to the line, but he can't. It's a victory either way, as Nix or as Novastar was unable to finish, but it is a 2-point game for Damascus.
It was real weird that Neil's car looked like it was doing a handstand, like back and forth, or a hand walk or whatever, like you're at the circus. Very entertaining.
That's what we needed, a nose bug into the finish there.
Yes, yeah. It's
Maybe that's what he was going
edition.
For. That's what he was trying.
Let's do it.
Get it.
Let's do it. I'm here for it. Exotica, great ice slide line there, and now that combined, although Yandro has a lot more speed, but landing in that drift, nice low exit or low landing. Look at that one. The speed built up though from Yandro is catching it back up. They're pretty much neck and neck here. Very excited to see how this one plays out. We go through the dirt uphill here.
It is Yandro splitting the teammates. Hobbles a little bit there, but he keeps it together, and he's got just enough speed to beat Neil across the line. It is going to be another victory here for Damascus. They will get their 2 points and move to 7-4, already threatening to take down map number 1. This is pretty textbook here from DG, I think.
Consistent victories as well. This proves that, like, obviously the ace is great, but as long as you can just keep piling up more points than your opponent round after round, even if you're giving them some. It's not ideal, but we're seeing the result of it here. 7-4. It's not. You don't have the ace insurance quite yet, but at the very least, an ace from final form puts them into contention, but doesn't take you out of contention. It evens the playing field per se. Nova Star now working on catching up to Neil. Higher jump there, but we'll keep P2 for the time being.
Scoring more points than your opponents wins you games. Thanks, John.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
I could have said the same thing to you last
I
round.
know, yeah, I know.
I chose not to, so you're welcome.
Well, is this going to be another victory for DG? It looks like it. Neil leading Nova Star, leading Nixotica. And Yandro, 3 seconds, so 7 seconds now. Able to cross the line, but damage done. Damascus Gaming, 1 point needed. It is track point number 2 now. And they are looking to cruise their way to a 1-0 lead.
Put themselves in a really good position. Really good opening map as well. It's really good for the mentals just to get that map done, get it under your belt, be confident that you can win it, and then go ahead and do just that. So I think the mental impact of everything going to plan, I think, is something that really needs to be focused on here. Yandro, nice ice line through there. Look at that. And the order's just kind of shaken up through that hairpin. See who gets the transition a little bit better. Of course, it's going to be Nixotica. Wow, Neil joins him very close as well. Nixotica actually a little bit of a mistake there through the plastic and has fallen back to P3 just behind Nova Star.
But again, I mean, you have to ace this here if you're final form, or we're going to map number 2. And Neil has been very consistent. Yandro with a mistake on the backside. That is most certainly going to seal it. It's not an ace. Oh, it is an ace. How did Nixotica?
Just barely.
Oh, I thought I was actually watching Nova Star. I thought I was on Nixotic's cam. That's why it looks wrong to me, but it is an ace to finish for DG. It doesn't matter. 1 point would have done it. It's 12-5. Final score of map number 1. Damascus Gaming, pretty dominant victory here. Not surprised to see them pick parkour as map number 1.
Map number 1 to map number 2. And my goldfish brain is failing me. What is this? What is this? Oh my God, agility dash. It's been a while since we have seen agility dash here. How many victims will this identity claim? I am a little bit scared right now. I won't say it's like seeing an old friend, because I hate this identity. Not because it's bad, just because I'm bad at it. So it's more like seeing an old co-worker that you were relatively competitive with. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. It's also the longest map of the pool by a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
So get your popcorn ready. Although Damascus may just try to turn this into a quick one, but this was Final Form's first pick. We'll see how they fare on agility dash. As Damascus splitting Nova Star and Hondro here. Neil was in the lead for just a brief moment, but he will fall back to P3. That's a great line from Nova Star, but Nyx just a little bit better. Actually, Nova Star's going to go very wide, just avoiding the sign. And now he's got to try to chase them down as we head towards the identity. There's still so much track left before we get there. But Nova Star, decent line, catching the 2 Damascus Gaming players. Wow, that's a bit of a bobble. How did he keep his speed? Did Nixotica? Maybe he took a better line than I originally thought, and now they've got a ton of speed heading into the identity. Neil and Nixotica just about wheel to wheel. Nova Star with the mistake. Neil will cross the line in first, Nyx in second. That's an ace for Damascus Gaming.
Wow, this could be a really good opening pair of maps for Damascus. This as well being Final Form's pick. So an extra slap in the face if they can take this one away from Final Form. Now, obviously, it's only a single round gone, but man, they looked really, really good in that single round. And I think there's something to be said that, you know, you might say, oh, Lychee, why are you making this claim so early on, like it's only a single round gone? Yes, but I think there's something to be said for people waking up and being able to perform that quickly on a brand new map. I don't know. In my opinion, it's something to take into account. I think it's a really, really good sign for Damascus.
And it's also a great talking point when you're trying to fill an hour's worth of drive before we get to the finish.
That's true. Yeah,
So
I didn't think of it that way, but good point.
Oh, Neil off the pole. He's going to fall all the way back. He's going to maybe even have to respawn there. This is going to give Final Form a 2 versus 1 opportunity. Hondro really not too far back, only a half second or so. Novastar running decently well with Nixotica, but Nick's starting to extend his lead a little bit here. This is kind of where Damascus broke free last round, but Novastar, really good speed through the humps, and he's going to overtake, but it's going to come down to the identity. Can Novastar keep his speed here? They are wheel to wheel, nose to nose, and there's a bump there from Nixotica. Novastar across the line. Hondro has respawned. He's still in second place, and he's gonna cross before any Damascus Gaming player can get there, and it's an ace in response from Final Form.
Is that the most disappointing ace when P2 in your team has to standing respawn and then makes it across the finish line? You're like, oh, 3 points. All right, dope.
Just the amount of sweat while you're sitting there waiting for the countdown to go to let you drive again. And it's crazy too because that identity has the checkpoint in the middle of it, right? It's actually relatively towards the end. So if you feel yourself messing it up, if you can at least clip the checkpoint before you fall, you can double respawn right there instead of having to do the whole thing again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, good on Hondro for getting there in time to turn that into an ace. And now Novastar, look at this lead he's built. Neil avoiding running into that pole this time around. But it is a bit of a Damascus Gaming sandwich between Novastar and Hondro here. 6/10 separating the lobby.
Exotica diving in super close to that wall as well. Wow, Neil out of nowhere. Neil and Novastar now very, very close. An excellent run. Let's ride on board. Who is this with Neil? All three players up here with Hondro taking a back seat. Let's see how this identity shakes out. It's one of the most feared for players' inconsistencies. Right now, all of a sudden, Damascus staring down the barrel of an ace for themselves. Novastar passes. Who is that? Nixotica right at the last second. Excellent carry of momentum through there. And only a single point advantage to the side of Damascus, but they will take it if that is all they're going to get.
I mean, those two points. I mean, we saw that last map, right? Those 2 points add up over time.
Yep.
If you can continue to get 2 points, you will win the game. That is the strategy here for DG, especially when you've got 2 players across the way that can each individually pop off at any time, right? We've seen some fast times from both players, all, you know, not just in this regional, but in general. They are very fast and can perform under pressure. So you cannot take any points for granted here, as Nix and Neil going to lead their way through the full speed section. Novastar when he can to catch on. He's certainly closing the gap little by little. He's going to overtake Neil. Still, actually, Neil again, that line, you mentioned it last time. Neil just out of nowhere, really taking that turn sharply. And it's able to give him his lead back, but a little bit of a misdrift there. Novastar going to try to use this opportunity. Goes wide for as much momentum as he can get, but he slides a little bit too far. That's going to cost him some speed into the identity. And here comes Nix and Neil. 1-2 across the line. It's an ace for DG.
And that is the ace insurance. So that is 8-4, that 4-point gap there for Damascus Gaming. ensures themselves that even if Final Form aces this next round, they still do have a lead. Unfortunately for them, it also puts Final Form technically in a map point, a track point situation, but you're still in the lead, and the numbers don't lie. So that is, at the end of the day, still an advantage that you want to work with. So keep that in mind, Damascus Gaming, and I'm sure you will do just fine. Novastar clipping way too much of that penalty grass on the right side, falling all the way back down to P4.
And Hunter struggled a little bit to keep pace through the full speed sections of this track. It's not that he's making too many mistakes, but his line maybe not as optimized. The speed slides maybe not as perfect as Nix's and Neil's. There's not a ton of rooms for speed sliding. It's not like this is a full speed map. But those little bits of speed that you get, you can see Novastar even starting to catch up to his teammate here, trying to push the pace of Damascus Gaming. They've got to make a move at some point. If it finishes this way, we are done and dusted with agility. Dash, Neil, bit slow. Here comes Novastar, going to overtake. He's going to try to track down Exotico. Has a much better entry into the identity, but I don't think he's got the speed to catch. Maybe he does, though. Oh, no, he just falls off the side. And that's going to be the ace for Damascus Gaming. We'll head to map number 3.
Almost too much speed. Was flying through the first half of that identity. And then you saw was praying, cranking the car to the left as far and as hard as he possibly could, and it wasn't enough to bleed off the speed to miss the edge of that platform. So what happened. Damascus Gaming take their second map as we wait for map number 3. It's going to be reps. The familiar bench platforms are what these 4 players need to face off against next. Final Form, 2 maps down, find themselves in a bit of a different situation than we've seen from most of our competitors on the broadcast so far today, being that I think the momentum is definitely with their opponents, whereas before it's been very kind of flip-floppy back and forth. Damascus have kind of had control of most of their games with the occasional hiccup here and there. They pretty much look like the team in the driver's seat.
The heck happened?
A bit of a no drift there for Hondro, I think. Yeah. Unfortunate.
Looked like he just off the track there. Unfortunate for him. He's going to have to play from P4 this round number 1. Oh, Neil tapping that sidewall. Yeah, this is going to give Novastar a little bit of some room to work with. We'll see what he can cook up here. But Nix, very good line. That sharp right-hander, and he's going to build his lead. Neil not too far behind. Nova can hear the engine, I'm sure, of his opponent. Only a couple of tenths back. As it is, Nix leading the charge, half second up. Neil trying to go down the inside on Novastar. Nova able to keep his speed and keep his gap to the third player. Here comes the identity for the first time in this series. Nix navigates it well. Novastar does as well. So does Neil. And it's Hondro to limp across the line.
Oof.
A 2-1 win for Damascus Gaming.
Well, the 3 out of 4 players, we saw a very good example of how to execute that identity. Unfortunately, that we didn't see it from all 4, but I'm sure that's just a matter of Hondro taking a little bit longer to wake up, although there was that unfortunate no drift here in this opening sausage section. So it is what it is. Sometimes you got to deal. Hondro, what? Okay, sailing it off of the jump. Most people look for the full contact run through there, but I don't know. Maybe that works a little better for him.
What is that event in the Winter Olympics? The skiing, the downhill skiing big jump?
The long jump thing, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it is. I don't remember what it's called, but that's what it looked like to me. That's funny. He would have won first prize if that was the case, but
probably.
In Trackmania, you want to try to keep your tires on the ground as long as possible. He will be battling out of P4, but he has kept it close. Again, the lobby's separated by less than half a second up to this point as we head into the identity. Neil Nova Nix, and it will end. Neil Nix and Hondro Nova, the mistake on the identity, and that's going to be an ace for Damascus Gaming. 5-1 now in map number 3.
Unfortunate there. Damascus starting to run away with it a little bit. They once again have that ace insurance, but this is significantly earlier on. So this, honestly, is probably the time where you can switch to cruise mode. Just toss it on autopilot, get to the end, you know, play for a draw at the very least, but you really don't need to sweat throwing yourself into every single corner. You can afford to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room between the car and the wall. Oh, wow. Unlike Nixotico, who's still trying to go for that dirt outside line, but eating a gear in the process. Unfortunate. Nova and Neil in P2 and P1, respectively, as it stands right now.
Hondro, again, just not that far back, but he is just a few tenths off the pace. Novastar going to give Neil a bit of a run through the loop. They were side by side for a moment. Novastar much wider line. I think that's going to hurt him. He doesn't quite have the exit speed to make up for that line. Neil going to extend his lead here through the identity. Can he keep it on? He does. This time Novastar will follow shortly behind, but it is another 2 points to Damascus Gaming, and they are an ace away from sending us quickly on to map 4.
Can you tell that this was a Damascus map pick? Because I think I'm starting to be able to make that out through the cloud of smoke that is Final Form's recent results on reps. It's unfortunate. I mean, Damascus are just so locked in right now, and Final Form, a team that had been picked up by that org very recently, and I'm sure very proud to have done so, and they're obviously very, very bright futures ahead of them, but
oh yeah,
when you go up against a team as revered in the region, and quite honestly in the world, as Damascus Gaming, you're always going to have a difficult time ahead of you.
Definitely a contender to, and maybe one of the best contenders. We'll have to see. Obviously, this is still the semifinal. We do have 100% Canadians awaiting the victor of this, but Nick Sotica and Neil making a case for themselves to be one of the teams out of NCSA, and it's Neil to snipe Novastar at the end. It's such a heartbreaker. Again, they give away an extra point, and now, I mean, at this point, how do you? I don't see anybody in North America, anybody in all of NCSA, shutting out Damascus Gaming for at least three straight rounds.
Yeah, no, it's and with Hondro as well, another one of those early mistakes, wall banging on the or tapping the wall rather on the inside of that sausage section. It's going to be an uphill battle. I think Final Form, quite honestly, need to dust themselves off after this. The good thing, at the very least, is that this is a best of 7, so they do have a minimum of one more shot after this, but the mentals, I think, are going to be the main thing that they need to work on. The benefit here, I said, actually, I think there are two benefits. One, that it's best of 7, so they have one more shot, and two, the next map was a pick of theirs, so it's a tiny advantage, but it is a advantage that an advantage that hopefully they can look forward to.
Well, you can tell these players like these tough identities, man. We've played 3 maps back to back with identities that have not been easy, and Damascus Gaming have made them look so. As Neil will finish off his style. Does he have enough time?
Bingo.
Does just enough time to finish backwards. The draw to win it for Damascus Gaming. They will go up 3-0 on to Final Form. And Arrow Pipe seems like a pipe dream at this point. Map 7 we would need to get to see Arrow Pipes, but we head on to map number 4, where this could be it. This could be the last map needed for Damascus Gaming to push themselves into the top 2, secure their 5 World Tour points with the potential to win 2 more up against 100% Canadians. It is slippy slides, so we get to see more and more bud sides, which I'm always a fan of. But I think we watched Nix and Neil when we watched them yesterday on this map, and they were pretty consistent. I could be wrong about that, though.
I mean, when aren't they consistent? Like, I feel like it's a pretty safe blanket statement to make across all of this. But I do, specifically for your question, I do think you're right. They were pretty easily kind of through any opponent that they came up against here. So let's see how Final Form are able to deal. Like we said, at the very least, it is a map pick of theirs. So picking it, you assume, because they're feeling good on it. But, yeah, only time will tell. Novastar and Hondro in P2 and 3, respectively. Neil quite far back after an early mistake. So Novastar will do everything he can to catch up to the back of the one and only Nixotica, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
As we get this ball rolling here on map number 4, again, just want to say thank you to everybody who has joined us for this first regional here in NCSA. It has been a blast to be in the booth here. Again, it's Hunted and Leachy all weekend long with you all, and we will decide our first regional winner in really probably about an hour, hour and a half, maybe. I'd say we should have the victor.
On our way.
And it looks like it's going to be a draw. Most definitely a draw as Neil crosses the line in P4 there. So a good opening round, or at least a better opening round from Final Form than the last couple of maps. But if you are kind of new to Trackmania Esports, or you're just kind of finding out about the regionals and things, there was already a regional played in the Middle East, Middle East and Africa division, and that was quite a lot of fun too. That F10 team looks very, very scary.
They're
for
terrifying. I hope that we get to see them go up against other teams from separate regions, because I think they can really, really hold their own. They look so solid.
I mean, and nothing against Molotov Gaming as well. They are also a very good team, but F10 just looks deadly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's the great thing too, is as Nix and Neil lead the way. Let's pause the thought here just for a moment, just to watch what Novastar can do. That's a good line to split the uprates here, but still has to try to track down Nixotica, who is just about a couple of tenths away. Both players made the exact same mistake. Nova hits the boost before Neil does, and now we'll see if he can hang on, as Neil had to respawn, it looked like, and it will be another draw as Hondro crossing the line before Neil can get his bug slides going. So it's going to be 2-2.
We had some early claims about Nixotica and Neil's consistency on this map. I think we have some early proof that maybe that may not be the case here with 2-2. Some rather catastrophic mistakes, not in terms of embarrassment, but just how much time it costs the mistake maker. And 2-2 Final Form. I still think have an uphill battle ahead of them, but Damascus early inconsistency here on Slippy Slides is making their job just a little bit easier. It's just we have yet to see a lead pulled out for Final Form to indicate their desires here, which is obviously to take this map and stay alive throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, reverse sweep necessary for the boys in red here. Couple of draws to open up map number 4. Novastar into the wall there on the dirt section. He's going to be a bit slow trying to catch the rest of the pack. Neil and Nix leading Hondro through the first bug slide. Novastar going to start to make a run. Nix is a bit slow, and that might give Nova enough time. He goes across the water.
Purpose, yeah.
I haven't seen anybody else do that this weekend, and now Nova's going to be just a bit wide. He's going to try to turn this in.
He got him.
Nix hit the sign. He full respawned as well. I don't know why. He might have fallen off, but he hit the last possible sign before you can cross the finish line, did Nixotica. That was nuts.
We feel hard done by there. Unfortunate. 3-3, yet another draw. We got a round 4. Shades of the Trolla match from yesterday coming across here, but with teams that actually managed to make it to day 2.
So this maybe I don't know. Maybe knowledge is not what I thought it was about water in this game. But is Nova doing that line to keep the tires less wet? I thought you still get full wet tires even if you bounce on the water.
No, it's more of a line-saving thing. The tires are wet regardless. It's more about oh lordy, a massive mistake there from Handro. It's more about just taking a shorter line and banking on that actually working better.
But it just looks like he lands awkward every time.
I agree. I don't really think it's the strat, but hey, there's also something to be said about consistency. And if Nova is having issues, which he actually does it through there properly, but if he's having issues, you know, taking that kind of weaving line to maintain contact and grip with the ground kind of halfway underneath the water, then there's something to be said for a slower strat that may or may not be more consistent for an individual driver.
Interesting. Well, I mean, he doesn't go for it that time. And we have another draw as Neil had a couple of compounding mistakes that run through. So 4-4 now in map number 4. So I think this is the most draws we've seen between these two teams in one map.
You're probably right. Oh,
feels that way.
Early mistake by Novastar. Gonna make that job even more difficult. But hey, based on the pattern we've seen, Handro will probably come through and smoke the Damascus guys. So leading us to 5-5. I guess we need to wait to see that play out. Neil is not one of those players that swings the car to the full left to right to maintain grip. He just, oh, wow, slams into that wall on the left side as well. But somehow actually doesn't lose a ton of speed. Handro still finds himself behind him.
But now, but Handro sliding out. Again, we've seen that as a common theme out of the water section there. Just a bit too much, and they can't quite get it back. As now Nix and Neil looking for their first ace of this map. That would push them into match point if they can find it. And it's just going to come down to some bug sides. We saw Nixotica make a mistake here, but I don't think he's going to let himself do that again. Neil slides out. Where is Nova? He's ahead. Handro had to respawn as well. Did Neil respawn again? He's still sliding out.
Oh my God, we're working our way towards another draw. What's happening here?
Handro has to cross the line. Handro has to cross the line. He's only got 3 seconds to do it. 2, 1. Oh, he just gets there for yet another draw. And Neil frustrated with himself. In chat right now, certainly it's 5-5 somehow.
Handro got across the finish line with a car length to spare, which is not a lot of time considering the speed at which he crossed the line. Dear Lord, absolutely finishing with, I mean, there, for all intents and purposes, 0 time left. Ridiculous. 5-5. What do you know? 5 draws in a row, round number 6.
That's what we like to see. That's US Trackmania. Make it fun. Oh, there goes
out there. That was
Novastar. Yeah. Far in the water, and now it's going to be on Handro again to try to break up the ace from Damascus. Required a couple of mistakes from the boys in blue here. But now Neil, what a great line. He's zooming past his teammate in Nixotica, and this is going to give him extra time to work the identity. Here he goes. He struggled on the second one last time, not going to have the same issues, neither will Nix, and it is an ace this time around. No heroics from Final Form, and it will move them to match point 8-5 on map number 4. And at this point, it's I think we're moving into miracle territory for Final Form.
I agree. Given the performances that we've seen from Final Form on Slippy Slides, there has been at least one mistake, not per teammate, but at least one mistake from the team made every single time we have run this map. So they would need to kill that trend right away, and that
just ban the map,
or just ban the map. Yes, there's also that option. Yeah.
I wonder what you're thinking if you're 100% Canadians watching this right now. Nix and Neil definitely seem consistent on the harder identities, but have struggled just a little bit here on this track. And Now they have a chance to win it, but Novastar wants to throw a wrench into that plan right here, right now. If he can take this victory, he will at least hold them to a point and give his team an opportunity to fight back. But Nick's taking the lead through the first bug slide, and now here we go into the Identity Novastar too far inside. Nick Exotica gonna cross the line in first, but Neil's struggling, so there's still a chance. Nova and Hondro both into the second bug slide. They'll both cross the line together, separated by only a couple of hundredths there. Neil still struggling just to make this first bug slide work. And this is kind of bizarre to me that Neil is having so many problems. I mean, they're still up by 3, and they're still 1 point away, but this is not what I expected out of Neil on this map.
No, not at all. Neil is I think known as one of the fastest players in the U.S. If not, well, okay, I won't go with the fastest because there are a lot of people that could fight him for that crown. But Neil is stupid fast in his own right. So to see him having issues with the mechanics here on Slippy Slides, definitely surprising. But overall, he's still doing everything that is necessary of him to get the win. He and Exotica together have still prevented Final Form from taking a single map, and now they're a single point away from sweeping their way through the entire tournament to get to Grand Finals. Yeah. We'll see if Final Form are able to make anything happen on this potential final round.
I mean, even with Neil struggling as much as he had, they haven't even allowed Final Form a victory. It's been only draws or losses here for Final Form to find their points, and it might just be another draw. No, it will be a victory. Of course it's a victory for Final Form. Well, that's still going to do it. It's still a point with Nyx crossing the line in second. GG. Well played to everybody, but it is Damascus Gaming in 4 straight maps. They continue their dominance through the bracket, and they will meet 100% Canadians in the finals.
GG indeed. Final Form, I think, honestly got a pretty tough draw going up against Damascus. They did very, very well to get to where they are. And like I said before, I think that team is in for some really, really good progress as they grow together and learn, to compete and deal with the pressures of more and more regionals. But Damascus was just too much for them, and Damascus has now fought their way all the way into the grand final for the very first regional of the NCSA region. They've gotten themselves 5 Trackmania World Tour points. Final Form will leave with 3, and it's going to be Damascus versus... Oh, my God.
100% Canadians. 100%
Thank you,
Canadians.
100%
the Canadian team.
I cannot believe I forgot that. Dear Lord.
Yes, and just for anybody who is wondering, there is, even though it is a single elimination bracket, there is no third, fourth place game because both teams get 3 points. There's nothing to solve. You finish third, fourth. So that will do it for Final Form. Air Green as well. GG's to both teams. They unfortunately have had their days cut a bit short. We, however, are not done. We have one more best of 7. As Lucci said, it is 100% Canadians, the number 1 seed, up against Damascus Gaming, the number 2 seed. We will be back in just a few moments to bring you that game. Don't go anywhere. This is the North American, North Central South American regional number 1 here on the Trackmania channel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to the NCSA Regional Number 1. It is finally time. We have whittled it down to just the top 2 teams in the region. Wouldn't you know it, Leachy? It's 2 American players versus 2 Canadian players. 100% Canadians up against Damascus Gaming. The number 1, number 2 seeds. It's a best of 7. I have a feeling it's going to be a good one.
Yes, could not agree more. Thank you to everybody that has stuck around not only all day but all weekend and dealt with these 2 mugs right here. We have had an absolute blast screaming into microphones and acting like idiots for your viewing pleasure. So hopefully we get to do this again real soon. Pick and ban coming up very soon, but if we want to take a second to talk about the journey that both of these teams have gone through, Damascus is pretty straightforward. Damascus has played 4 total series and swept every single one of them. 2 best of 5s yesterday, 2 best of 7s today. 100% Canadians had a slightly harder job ahead of them. They did sweep their way all the way through yesterday. However, today they swept their way past Halcyon Dairy, but then Air Green really kind of gave them something to think about. I wish I could speak. Man, it has been a long day. Going 4-2, so Air Green were able to take 2 maps off of them. So 100% Canadians probably slightly more battle tested here, but we'll see what that's worth when the cards are on the table, I guess.
Well, let's go ahead and jump on into that pick and ban as the players are choosing the maps now. Flip of Faith banned out by 100% Canadians. Gyroscope picked first. Maybe they have been listening to us back and forth off the table for this best of 7, but we finally get to see Gyroscope. It's going to be first on your screens here, picked by 100% Canadians. Hey, it's the ice map, man. I told you, the Canadians, they got to pick the ice maps.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Slow down, number 2.
I'm just glad Gyroscope's first because it is literally impossible for it not to be played on stream. So we have a Gyroscope guarantee. What would be crazy is if they then picked Arrow Pipes, but I really don't think that's going to happen.
Arrow Pipes, yes, Arrow Pipes, Damascus, Canadians, somebody. It's Reps, okay, Reps. Not a surprise, although Damascus was pretty good on Reps. All right, what do we think this next one's going to be? Agility Dash? Damascus was also pretty good on Agility Dash. Or Parkour. Dude, they were sick on Parkour as well. I just pick a map and they're just going to win. They're just going to win the map. It doesn't matter what map
I'm thinking it's either a bingo
it's
agility.
Dash.
I was going to say it was either going to be Agility Dash or Parkour, so... All right, we have
Freestyle
an
5.
exciting one coming up. Freestyle number 5 as well. What remains? Slippy Slides, Arrow Pipes, Parkour. There's no way. Arrow Pipes is not. Oh, okay. All right.
Slippy Slides isn't picked.
I'm
not surprised for Damascus, but I'm surprised for 100% Canadians. They just watched them struggle on that map.
Yeah. I don't know.
All right, well, we have Gyroscope at least. We can have Arrow Pipes if it takes 7. And then some pretty interesting maps. No back and forth, no Flip of Faith, and no Slippy Slides on your screens for this final. So let's talk about Gyroscope, man. Let's talk about Gyro heading into map number 1. We haven't seen Gyro on the broadcast yet. It's easier than the TMGL, but even at TMGL level, we saw players struggling with the identity there.
Yeah, it's because there's a couple different ways that it can be done. You can obviously you could just drive like dead straight forward, but that is not the strat that anybody should be employing. So really, 2 useful strats here. 100% Canadian. Well, here, let's talk about the colors for a second. Canadians, blue. Look at that, lovely. Sentence and Tankrom going up against Damascus Gaming in red. Neil and Nixotica, their colors, or Damascus at least, the colors lining up with the car skins as well. That's nice. But yeah, 2 usable strats at this level of competition. You can either go with the namesake of the track, which is the full 360 to make your way harmlessly through the booster, or you can try the ice slide, which is arguably less consistent but significantly faster. So it is definitely the riskier of the 2 legitimate strategies here.
Well, Neil's going to start with the hitting the first wall strat.
Not one I would have seen coming.
I don't think that's going to work out too nicely for him, but he's not terribly far behind. As Nix, what a line down through the inside there. Going from top to bottom, and he'll keep his second place spot as he's trying to track down Tankrum. Zetton's in third. Neil catching up quite quickly. He's looking to pass Zettons for third, but he touches the inside wall again. Tankrum touches the inside wall. Now it's Nix to lead. Zettons will follow. And Nix a bit wide. This is going to be a really tough setup, but he works it well. He opts for the ice slide, hits the right block, and he gets sniped at the end. It's Zettons by 6 thousandths to open things up with a win here. 400% Canadians.
Wow, that was close. And it was that tap on that border block on the right side that slowed Nixotica down just enough. Oh, that is unfortunate. But I think we're in for a long series anyway, so I don't know. Good sign for things to come. Damascus just a single point down, no big deal. Dust yourselves off. Round 2, let's go.
Yeah. You know, seeing this matchup does remind me of that. You and I had the opportunity to cast the USA versus Canada event not too long ago, where I had a bunch of maps made by different American and Canadian mappers. That was a lot of fun. Love to see the representation, and I think each one of these players were playing in that. Can't remember if Zettons was. I know Tankrum, Nix, and Neil were, I'm pretty sure.
You have a significantly better memory than I do. The only thing that stands out in my mind about that event was the
no,
excellent execution, and Neil and Nixotica getting the raw end of that deal. Tankrum and Zettons. Wow. Less than a 1/10.5 separating both of those, and 5-1 between the two of them.
No, please don't pass us by on this map with like 4 rounds. And then
yeah, I'm gonna be so sad.
Number 2. That was a tough run there through the identity for Nix. He had that second place pretty much locked down, and again, I mean, last time he was a bit too wide, right? Tapping that right, that kind of the red cube on the outside. It cost him the win. That time, he kind of overcorrected, went a bit too far down the inside. Unfortunately, it looks like Zetton's maybe a little bit of latency here, but either way, he is running second, only to Tankrum. Nix and Neil giving pretty good chase here, although Neil not the greatest release off of the ice section, as Tankrum down in through the lead. Everybody got a 360 here, and it's going to be Tank to cross the line first, but it is going to turn into a draw. Zettons couldn't quite keep his second place spot there, and that is big for Damascus. They don't give up any more points. I mean, outside of course, the one.
To Zetton's credit, he probably didn't even know where he was due to all of that latency. So for all he was aware, he thought he was like all the way in the lead, like 3 seconds ahead of everybody. So unfortunate. 6-2, 100% Canadians, strong early lead, even with some connection issues for one of their players. And
now it is worth noting this was 100% Canadians map pick, right? They are the first seed, so this is their map. They do have an early lead. Now Nix is going to charge down the inside. Neil following right behind him here, and they are going to overtake both Canadian players. And again, Neil just doesn't quite get the speed he was looking for here. Zettons now popping into second place, essentially. As everybody with the 360. Nix, great line through, but Zettons will break up the ace. It's still going to be 2 points for Damascus.
I really think that the actual gyroscope strat is the move. It's just so much more consistent down here, and
more fun to watch too.
Oh yeah, significantly more fun to watch as well. But I don't know. You feel kind of spoiled because we've seen all the TMGL players use the ice slide strat. It is so much faster, but I don't know. It's a lot more satisfying to watch the rotation. Plus, more consistent, like I said, and I feel like right now consistency kind of needs to be the name of the game.
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, man, with how good... I mean, obviously you don't want to be making mistakes, but this is the finals. This is the lobby where it's time to push boundaries. Nobody is going to just give you seconds of time for the most part. There might be a couple mistakes here and there, but look at how close this lobby or this round is right now. I mean, it's less than a tenth separating the top three. It'll break off just a little bit here. Tankrum with the ice slide, and that's exactly what he needed to put a ton of distance between him and his opponents, and will force the draw, giving 100% Canadians another point towards victory.
That was good. I have zero criticism there. That was executed to perfection. GG Tankrum. He's clearly, well, I won't say he's got it on lock, but maybe it just kind of worked for him that time, and he's choosing not to risk it unless he really thinks he needs it. But, you know, the draw is all they need. They've got that. They had that one ace in the bag, and that's what has given them this 3-point lead, and they can kind of afford to coast on this a little bit.
All sentence, inside wall, wheel touch. That's going to give Neil some space to work with. Exotica right there with him. Tankrum on the leaderboard still showing as the leader, and he will continue in the lead as Neil face first into the sidewall. Zettens now finds himself in second, and with those mistakes, Nix is going to try to break through, but I think this might just do it. Assuming there's no mistakes, and even Nix is going to slide out through the ice portion. That will do it. An ace to finish as 100% Canadians dominate on the ice. It's 1-0 to the blue team.
I mean, we got 6 rounds on gyroscope. I'm not mad. And it was 11-5, so you know it wasn't a complete blowout. But 100% Canadians definitely in command throughout gyroscope. So we move on to, I believe this is Slowdown for map number 2. Very, very curious to see how this go. Honestly, I think this identity has produced some of the most exciting results, despite being, in my opinion, at probably one of the least challenging ones.
Well, I think that's kind of why.
I say that as someone who has yet to break into gold in matchmaking, but I'm going to stick to my convictions there.
Well, hey, I will say I think Flip of Faith, for no reason other than people not being able to finish the track, has been more exciting at the end for me.
Okay, fair enough.
Than Slowdown has, but we also haven't seen Flip of Faith in forever, and we're not going to see it here.
Yeah.
So, you know, fair play to you. We have seen Slowdown quite a bit, and this is definitely a map that's more is traditional the right word? I mean, it's less TMGL-ish in that there's some ridiculous identity that you have to, you know, use all of your skill for. This is don't get me wrong, the ending is not easy. We've seen a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
And then the identity sentence goes wide. He'll hit that sign. And now an opportunity for Damascus to take an early lead here. And we're going to follow with Neil as he's going to overtake Tankrum, who makes a mistake coming into the identity. But Tankrum, great speed. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Neil able to just edge it out. He's in the air. No, it's Tankrum who snipes him as Neil can't keep it on the track. And it's going to be just 2 points for DG.
God, that was close. And this is what we're talking about. It's not, like we said, it's not easy, but it's not a super challenging one in that, like, a mistake is a run killer. I don't think a small mistake can be a run killer on Slowdown, but because it can be so evenly matched throughout the entire thing, it's the small mistakes that come to haunt you. And even if you catch a little bit of airtime, even if the fragile doesn't wind up injuring the car per se, still that lack of grip that you have can be enough to allow somebody who maintains full grip all the way through the identity to pass you just at that last second. I feel like that a perfect example of that is what we just saw.
So DG, the chance for the sweep, but a very, very late mistake puts 100% Canadians on the board. And now they are looking for an opportunity for an ace heading into the identity. It's going to be Nix, the primary challenger. A mistake there from Zettens forces him back to P4. It's Tankrum and Nix to the line. Nix with a little bit better of a line, but it is Tankrum able to just hold on to that lead, and we have a draw, 3-2 now in favor of DG.
I'll tell you what, there's a little bit of a gamble being played by these players throughout that final hill that you need to climb in the identity. The further to the right you cut across the penalty grass, the less penalty grass you need to take. But it seems then that also sets you up for a bad experience, because then you have more of the spine of that hill to come across, which means there's more of a risk of you losing contact with the ground. So actually, I think the better strat is to take a little bit more of that grass so that you don't have as severe of an angle to cross over the spine of the jump. We'll see how this plays out again, but I've witnessed that time and time again, and I feel like that's the move.
Again, we go 4 abreast into the identity. It's going to be Nix and Neil just edging out the competition, but Tankrum putting himself right between it.
Wow.
He snipes Nix as well. What an identity for Tankrum, forcing the draw again and keeping Damascus within arm's reach.
God, man, it is all about maintaining contact. You couldn't find a better example of why it's so important. Right there, we were sitting on board with Tankrum the entire time. You saw the amount of speed that he was able to gather versus, I think, who was it, Nixotica, that he overtook simply by keeping the tires on the ground. Beautiful. Let's see how many times he can repeat that, but I don't know. Trackmania is a game of muscle memory at the end of the day, and if you can keep repeating those same inputs, you're in for a good day.
Well, Neil with a mistake hitting the ring checkpoint just about 15-20 seconds ago. Nix will lead the charge into the identity. Zettens and Tankrum giving close chase. Zettens a little bit of a bobble. Nix, great line through. He's still in the air though, and he just hangs on. I like the initial line from Nix, but he doesn't flatten it out, and he goes airborne towards the finish. Tankrum almost gets him again, but we see the draw once more.
Yeah, Tankrum absolutely is the way to take this. I think Nix got lucky there in that he was just far ahead enough where he had enough kind of space and enough padding to where that bit of a jump error didn't hurt him enough. It definitely hurt him because Tankrum finished less than half a tenth away, but I don't know. You can't. I don't think it's safe to coast on that for too long. But at the same time, there's also something to be said for using the same strat you've constantly used, because at the very least it's familiar to you. The second you start introducing something that's foreign to you in terms of your strategy for taking certain obstacles, the more of a chance you have of screwing something up.
Here we go.
Whoa, just like that.
That was Nix off the track. Neil is going to take his place at the top of the leaderboard, but for how long? Zettens will pass him by. Tankrum through the finish, and that will even the score. Good on Neil to avoid the ace for the 100% Canadians, but we are officially level now. And again, we have another slowdown that's producing close nail-biting finishes and close scores on the scoreboard.
That's good. This map has a place in my heart, not only because I can finish it consistently, but because it produces a good show pretty much time and time again. So I'm 100% here for it. Oh, Zettens into the ring CP. All of a sudden, Tank has it all to do. He's got to dig past Neil and Nixotica simply to turn it into a draw. He's staring down the barrel of handing an ace to his opponents, and that clip on the sign isn't going to make his job any easier.
This might be it. This could be the map here for Damascus Gaming. Obviously, they can't win it in this round, but they can certainly put all the pressure on 100% Canadians. Let's see how they fare. Tankrum is the closest, but he's still a second back to Neil, and it's going to be Nix and Neil 1-2. The mistakes costing 100% Canadians in this late round. It's 6-9, and a nice feeling here for Damascus.
Huge point swing. Damascus now can breathe a gigantic sigh of relief. All they need is a draw. It can be a draw. It can be a victory for 100% Canadians. As long as one person finishes P2 in this round, they have got it in the bag. Let's see if they can pull it off.
We're not going to start that again. I'm not starting. Not doing that again. Somehow, the game will just give them extra points and we'll be tied.
Yep.
Let's see. You are right. It is going to be an ace for an ace that's required by 100% Canadians if they want a chance. But here comes Nick Sadika to throw a wrench in that plan. He is a bit wide, but he gets so much speed on the exit of that hairpin turn, and he is going to carry the lead down towards the identity. He's been pretty solid up to this point. Tankrum really going to start pushing it hard here. Early drift, keeps it on the track. He is going to pass him by, but Zettins is really the one we need to watch as he just doesn't have the pace to catch on. Nick Sadika will lead the entire lobby to the finish, and he will give Damascus the point they needed as we are 1-1 now heading to map number 3.
Oh, slow down. I love you. I love you. That's all I've got. It's such a good map. It produces good results time and time again. Map 3, remind me, it is reps. It is reps. I'm getting used to seeing this this weird like tight panning shot and being able to identify maps from it. Reps will be map number 3, and an exciting identity that has in its own right produced a lot of really fantastic finishes.
Oh, absolutely. We saw both teams excuse me, we saw both teams play this map in their semifinals, and I believe Damascus, I certainly remember Damascus being very, very consistent at that at the identity, right? They seldom made mistakes, and really the worst mistakes they would make is maybe, clipping a tire, which isn't, is not a mistake that you can just shake off. You do lose a ton of speed.
Yeah.
But, they're not falling off the identity or anything like that. However, 100% Canadians did struggle a little bit with it, if I remember right, and this is their map pick. So that is the other thing to keep in mind, folks. Both teams have won their respective map picks heading into this. Who was that? That was Tankrum.
He's out.
Who is, he is going to have to be playing the follow cam in this round as he cheers on his teammate in Zettins to hopefully break up this Damascus Gaming ace if possible. They're heading down the final grass section into the identity. Good, decent line there from Zettins. He is going to pass by Nixotica. That's a good position to be in. Neil just needs to hang on, and he will. Zettins will break up the ace, however, and it is only 2 points to Damascus to start.
It blows my mind how tight the margins are through that final final bench section, bridge, whatever you want to call it. You can get through that initial jump, which is a tricky part in its own right, but then you need to make that high-speed left-hand drift and aim it so perfectly that you barely have like a tire's width on either side of the car as margin for error. And just really, really impressive that these players can kind of pull that stuff off time and time again, but also not a surprise that a map like this produces such exciting endings because there is not too much room for error.
It's just goes to show the skill level required to be at this point in the regional, to be in this grand final. It is going to be Neil and Nix leading the charge, looking for an ace. Zettins a little bit more speed than his teammate. He has to catch Neil if he wants to avoid. That's going to be a mistake by Neil. Nick Sadika is going to keep it on the track, but Zettins falls off. It's a couple of respawns. Neil's going to respawn again, and it ultimately turns into a draw as Neil just couldn't quite get it together. It's 3-2 now in favor of Damascus.
Have we seen, in your memory, a run of reps where everybody finishes like within 2/10 of each other and gets the identity clean? I feel like everybody, it's either if everybody gets the identity clean, they're like at least a second apart because they made a mistake earlier in the map, or they're all super tight like we just saw, and then mistakes happen at the very last second. I have yet to see that quote-unquote perfect round on reps. I'm waiting.
Right, yeah, we haven't seen a clean round from the entire lobby yet. I will agree. I don't think we've seen that. And if we have, it's been maybe once.
Yeah.
So let's see. I mean, if there's a lobby to do it, it's this one. If there are teams that will be competitive to the very, very end, it is these two. As you can see, Neil and Tankrum trading the lead back and forth. Zettens, he's got Nixotica right on his tail, and ultimately will concede the place, but there goes Tankrum. It's going to be Neil off the side as well. Nix over Zettens. Tankrum in third. Neil again going to have to settle for P4 with a bobble on the identity, and we have yet another draw.
Getting tired of these draws, bro. Come on. Give me something else to talk about. Oh. 3, 4. Yeah, I'm banning draws, exactly. Somebody give me the rule book. I'm just scribbling that out. If you draw, you're out.
You just lose instantly.
Get out of my face. Ooh, Neil, a little bit of a hop there. Losing contact. So now Canadians find themselves in that draw position. Tankrum and Zet. Oh, actually, Zetten's the one taking that wide line. Should have plenty of speed up the hill and does, fighting against Nixotica. That is in P2 up the hill. Now they go.
Yeah, but this is such a tight pack right here. The three leaders, that's the Canadian players, pretty much exact same lines. You kind of take separate lines through the dirt now. Zettens maybe a bit more of an inside outline. Is it going to work out for him? He is keeping right on with Nixotica. This is very, very close. And Tankrum just lands a bit awkwardly. Nix can't make it work, so it goes Zettens, Neil. Now Tankrum is slow. Can Nix get him? No, he just didn't have the speed. And we're tied again. This time no draw, but it's a victory for 100% Canadians. It's 5-5.
Hey, it wasn't a draw. I'll take it. still exciting. One of those nail-biting race to the line finishes. Which I guess technically you could call every round in Trackmania as a race to the line finish, but it is what it is. 5-5. And yeah, I mean, do you need any better example of why these teams made it all the way to the end? They're very, very closely matched, and if there was any match that had the best chance of going all the way to map 7, somebody hanging that
Zettens.
Back left wheel around the outside, that was Zettens. There was any pair of teams that had the best chance of going all the way to the very end of the series, I feel like it's going to be 100% Canadians. Easy for me to say in Damascus Gaming.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if these are the two teams that represent NCSA.
Yeah. In
any future competitions, as they are very, very evenly matched. And we're going to see Neil and Tankrum. Neil with the lead. Tankrum looking for down the inside. Doesn't find it, and that's going to be a win for Damascus Gaming. They're going to get their lead back and put themselves on track points, 7-6. And again, another, don't forget this is 100% Canadians map. This was their second map pick, and now they are facing dropping it here if they do allow an ace.
Can you imagine Damascus taking a Canadians map pick away from them and then also being able to win their next map pick in the form of map 4, whatever that is? That would be a huge swing. I don't mean to be, again, sound like a broken record, sounding the alarm bells this early on, but at this point, it's been such a close-fought battle that I think we need to start paying it. Oh, wow, Tank. Peace out. He is gone. Ace potential here for Damascus. So now Zettens really needs to get up in the mix to prevent this from ending right here. We got just a couple seconds left to figure out if that's possible.
Yeah, let's see if he opts for that inside out line. This time a little bit more standard. Is it going to be enough? He doesn't really have the speed Nix does. He's losing ground to the duo in front of him, and he makes the mistake on the identity. It's Nix and Neil across the line. They are going to take map number 3, and all of a sudden, 100% Canadians, after what looked like such a good start in Gyroscope, drop the next two. They lose their second pick. And now we will head to map number 4, which was a Damascus Gaming map selection. And this could be a big turning point here in the series.
And if 100% Canadians manages to take this one, I have no idea what to think. This looks like Agility Dash, I do believe. If they take this one, which was a Damascus Gaming pick, I'm throwing every prediction out the window because literally everything has gone against how I thought it would work, and I have no idea what to expect at that point. But we have yet to get through all of Agility Dash. Let's see. This has been a very, very touchy identity, and it could kick things either way here.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. This map has the potential to keep us here for quite a while, too.
Yeah.
But that said, Damascus Gaming looked pretty good on this track in their semifinal victory. So not surprised to see them pulling it out for map number 4. We will see at least one more map. And again, we do have arrow pipes as the ultimate decider should we need it.
Can you imagine?
I'm hoping we won't have to imagine. I'm hoping we will see it.
Okay,
there's a long way to go before we can even begin to talk about that. Tankrum doing a pretty good job through the full speed sections here. Wow, that's a nice line as well. Though Neil, he is so quick through that section. I need to be on his cam next time we go through there, so I can watch exactly what he's doing. He has so much exit speed. He is going to try to chase down Tankrum here. But Neil, a little bit of a bobble there on the last hill, and it's going to be Tankrum into the identity. Has Neil and Nix. He goes absolutely flying. It's going to be Neil, then Nix, then Zetins, an ace for Damascus.
To the moon, Tankrum. Unfortunate. Always a little bit of comedy value when they slam into the corner of a plastic. Oh, plastic barrier. Couldn't finish there either. Oh, well. GG. Still, or not GG, sorry. That was rude. I didn't mean that.
Wow.
It was an ace. Don't crucify me. I'm fine.
Wow. Bias, caster, American.
3-0 Damascus. Good start. This was a map that we had seen them be really, really good on. So there's every chance in the world that they do take this one and then go 3-1 up in the series. And what an uphill climb that would be for 100% Canadians to fight back from that.
I'm looking forward to seeing how they respond here. Again, with how long this track is, there's plenty of time for lead changes, but Tankrum, very similar to the first round, doing a pretty good job of keeping his lead. He's going to go well wide here, though. You saw him try to cut to the inside, almost ran into the wall. That gives Nix a lot of room. Now here comes Neil through this next section. He's been fast. You saw Zetins appear on your screen there, and he's going to challenge for the top spot. Everybody pretty much bunched up heading into the last about 10 seconds of the track before we hit the identity. Neil goes off his line. Zetins with a mistake as well. And it's going to be Nix and Tankrum again into the identity. We're going to go back and forth on the plastic. Nix got the better of Tankrum last time. He's not going to get him this time. Tankrum first. Zetins to follow. We trade aces to open up Agility Dash.
I can't help but laugh every single time that happens because they just go boom. It's like flying up into the air. Ace back and forth, trading aces at this point. 3-3. It is all level. We might as well just restart it at 0-0. Get it nice and even once again. Damascus still technically in the lead, considering their or the series score, and maybe psychologically in the lead, given that this is their map pick, but given the fact as well that it is 3-3, maybe not as much weight put into that as other people might do.
And with the way that the identities are going, We need to see if we can't get some airline sponsorships for these teams.
Yeah.
Air Canada versus American Airlines. That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty cool, actually.
So somebody get them on the phone.
Would you rather United? It's still kind of American, right?
Yeah, but it's not in the name. I prefer United personally, but it's not in the name. You got to be on the nose with these kind of references.
Fair enough. Well, let's see what the Canadians got. Oh, Zettins and Nix both catching a little bit of air in that transition. That's going to give Tankrom a little bit of space to breathe here. Neil from P4 overtaking Zettins for P3. Tankrom leading the charge. He hits the plastic. Is this another ace? It is. It's an ace for Damascus Gaming. 6-3 now through 3 rounds.
God, is anybody not gonna ping off of these plastic platforms at some point and give us something other than an ace? Because it's so closely fought right up until this, and this is exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about how the identity can really throw a wrench in things. This is one of those maps where it's a little bit easier to make it through the first 95% of the map, and then you really need to be switched on for the identity, because it's the tiniest mistake and you are completely dead if everybody else doesn't make a mistake, because that respawn as well is absolutely brutal if you have to go all the way back to the beginning.
And we talked about it. I mean, we talked about it in the last series too, that the Agility Dash is one of the only identities that has a respawn in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And, if you can reach that, we've seen a lot of players utilize the double respawn and kind of just coast to the finish. It's not hard to finish from there off of the double respawn. So, you can't really help making mistakes, but if you can make a mistake in the right spot, I guess.
Yeah,
which is, again, it's not easy. I'm not saying that that's a strategy, as Zettins is 7 seconds back. Tankrom's going to have to try to turn this into a draw. I don't think he wants to give up yet another ace. But Nixotica is on his tail. Neil struggling a little bit through the back and forth section there. Tankrom, he's slow. Nix is gaining. Doesn't get him. He was so close. Needed about a foot more of track, and Nix was going to win that race. But it is Tankrom to force the draw. It's going to go to 7-4.
I think if this was the full version of Agility Dash, that definitely would have resulted in a Nixotica victory. So probably actually feels a little bit hard done by that the finish wasn't maybe a single plastic platform block further. But
gonna send a DM to Softy. Fix your map, man. Move the finish up.
Extend the finish.
No, move the finish up. Move the finish up a little bit. Oh, I guess technically you didn't need an extra track, but yeah, I mean that was a great race, and I mean Tankrom. I don't want to I don't want to claim that I know what he's thinking, but he looked a little nervous on that section, right? I mean, he looked like he wanted to take it a little bit slower, didn't want to bounce off the plastic again.
I mean, can you blame him? It's happened to him
I agree.
so frequently. Yeah, not saying that you do, but kind of like the royal can you blame him is like, it happened to him so frequently, and if he just held it together and took it a little bit slower through the identity, he'd be in a much better position. But as it stands, Damascus are 7-0 up. Not 7-0, 7-4 up, excuse me. 7-0 will be a very different story, but it doesn't change the fact that all Damascus need is an ace, and all they need is for either Tank or Zettins, well, probably Tank at this point, to have one of those ping moments, and this map is over.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Nix is leading Tank. He's got the level. Oh, my word. I thought, okay, it was Neil who did fall off. I thought Neil might have had a chance to beat him there. I switched to his POV right at the last second, but ultimately it ends up in a draw, and Neil couldn't quite make the comeback he needed. So it's 8-5. Damascus still on track point here, but it's getting a little bit easier now. It's not an ace they need. They can find a victory, But 100% Canadians, I mean, to their credit, they haven't been winning rounds, but they have been making them very close and very competitive.
That's true. For the most part, they have been able to gather points from any of their rounds, even if it winds up being a loss. So they're a little bit closer to the finish line than they might be if Damascus Gaming had just kind of like swept all the way through it. But the fact of the matter is Damascus find themselves 2 points away from making this one work and fulfilling their own destiny, going 3-1 up in the series. Tankrom trying to play spoiler to that. Zettens in
Nice
P3.
line.
Wow, crazy speed from Zettens through that first drift. I've seen that time and time again, really using that to his advantage. That is excellent technique.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic with Nyx, kind of a similar line himself. Both players catching Tankrum and overtaking. Now it is going to be Zettens when he bobbles off the corner, and it's going to be Nyx now leading the way. Neil in P4 for the moment. He is respawning currently. Zettens is having trouble, but it is Nyx first to the line. Zettens on the respawn, Tankrum on the respawn. Neil is falling off the map. What is going on? It's pandemonium right now. Somebody needs to cross the line. It's going to be Zettens. Tankrum has to get there, or the map is over. Neil is off his mark. 4 seconds left. Tankrum to the line, just in time, and we have another round.
Oh my God. Does anyone have a car with a custom horn that's just a clown car, like a clown car sign, or a clown car song? Dear Lord, that was all over the place. Nice scoreline, 6-9. Damascus now, all they need to do is play for a draw, but Canadians could have made their lives a little bit easier there by finishing more consistently, but obviously easy for me to say, sitting here in my air-conditioned booth.
Goodness me.
Can you imagine the comms in that moment? Are they screaming, or are they just like, "Oh, hit it! Oh, hit it again!" Oh, damn. Like, is it calm, or is it just absolute chaos?
I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like Nyx and Neil are probably a little bit more animated than Tankrom and Zettens, but in that moment, you never know. We'd certainly love an insight. We saw Neil, a very early mistake. He's kind of out of the picture here, which does give 100% Canadians a chance, but Zettens goes wide, and he's got a very awkward respawn. Gonna have to double respawn, and assuming Nexotica can just hang on, he's even gonna try to push for the lead as Tankrum with a mistake. That's gonna even give Neil a chance to come back into the picture. We're gonna follow Nyx to the finish line, assuming that he can make it through the identity first go. He's been relatively consistent here. All he's got to do is play it safe, and he does. That's it. Damascus Gaming take their map pick with an ace at the finish. 12-6 final score. And they are 1 map away from being our first NCSA regional champions.
Oh boy, 100% Canadians. We go to map number 5. This was a pick of theirs. And that's probably the only advantage that they have, because on the opposite side of the scoreboard is Damascus Gaming. So that's who they have to contend with. Plastic start. It must be freestyle, and it is. I don't really have much memory of consistency on this map between either one of these teams, and that's not to say I don't think they are consistent, is that I don't remember whether or not either of these teams are consistent, so I guess we will find out.
Well, this is a good map. I think this is a good challenge for Damascus Gaming. I think 100% Canadians are relatively fast getting to the identity. I don't think we're going to see any large leads for anyone in particular. You see Tankrum with a very, very inside dirt line, and it gives him a pretty decent lead coming out. He just doesn't have the speed that everybody else does, but he is still in the hunt. So ultimately it does kind of even out when you think about it that way. And now Zettens finding himself in the front of the pack. Tankrum, that is so close towards the bottom of the checkpoint there, but he makes it work, and he is going to overtake everyone. It's going to be a Canadian 1-2 through the jump down to the downhill section. And now this is where things get interesting. We'll see the 180 turn taken decently by everybody. It's still 100% Canadians with the lead. Neil with a mistake. And Zetton's the first one through. Tankrum not able to get there in time. Nixotica will cut down the ace, but it's still a victory for the blue side. It's going to be 2-1 for 100% Canadians.
Well executed. I don't know if that's any sign of how things are going to go. It probably is, with people making mistakes left and right. I have yet to see a single team that consistently performs well on freestyle, and maybe that's just credit to the difficulty of the identity and even the lead up to the identity. It's not even that the drift is difficult, but you just, it's so important to make sure that you keep that upper gear, because the second those revs rise and you drop down into the lower gear, you know you are in for a difficult time.
Right. Well, now that we're here and watching, I am remembering 100% Canadians on this map in their semifinal. And if I remember correctly, Zetton's was fairly consistent at the identity, and Tankrum had a couple. Remember Tankrum a bit too low, and he ended up having to go backwards across the line, and he lost out by like a tenth or 100th. Here he goes again, looking for his opportunity. Ooh. Again, clips the inside wheels. Nix is going to pass him by. Neil won't get there, but he will take third. No, what happened?
Oh, Neil had to double respawn. He started all the way back from that little booster thingy, so unfortunate.
So there you go. It looks like Zetton's in third. Neil will cross the line. It's a draw here. And, I mean, again, Tankrum, had the lead going into it, scrapes the back two tires on the lip of the identity there, and ultimately just can't quite get there in time. That just seems to be his MO. He makes the jump, but it's not clean.
Tankrum there, the solo strat, taking the safer line, the shorter line, but definitely the slower line overall. You can see, though, it doesn't wind up hurting him that much. He's very much in the mix with everybody else, so it basically winds up evening out. I feel like people who are taking that outer line are just banking on other people making mistakes so that they can use that momentum to their advantage. But if everyone's even and someone like Tank is taking that inside line with everybody else taking the outside line and nobody makes a mistake, still even. Good to see. Good mapping, in my opinion.
Well, here we go. Tankrum again, leading the charge. Can he clean this up? No, he still taps the front, but Zetton's overtakes. That's going to be Zetton's 1, Nixotica 2, Tank in third, and Neil again P4. It's another 2 points to 100% Canadians, but it's still not clean through the identity. 5-3, a 2-point lead. As Tankrum said something in French that I do not understand, but I'm assuming he said something to the effect of, I'm very good at this identity, and I appreciate it very much.
I'm sure that's the gist of what he was getting at, yeah. Oh, poor Tankrum. Tight line here through the grass. Make sure you line up with that no steering block. Significantly more forgiving on this map compared to the full version. You have a much wider margin for error. Low jumps from everybody. Very, very well done. Super tight pack here as we get to the this penultimate jump here. Very big. Make sure you line up with those arrows coming down from the sky and storm your way down the hill. Get ready for the identity.
Well, here we go. Tankrum again in the lead. Looking for a clean entry, doesn't find it. Zetton's again. Number 1, number 2 is Neil this time, and Nixotica will bring up P4. So it's another 2 points to the 100% Canadians. I think Tankrum just needs to watch somebody do it in front of him and follow that person.
I think so. I think it's time to turn cars on, my friend. You gotta use your teammate and use your competitors as an example. Time's still coming in relatively well, but I mean, Zetton's is finishing that one in the lead, but starting from P3. So imagine how good the times would be if Tankrum, who has been relatively consistently out in front, was actually able to finish the identity properly without bonking anywhere. It'd be Mondo times.
You know, I was actually just about to say that. I wonder how many PBs he's lost.
Yeah.
In this round alone, he is driving very well, and here he is again, leading the way into the last jump to the downhill section. He plays it low. He gets his tires on the ground early, and he and Zettens 1-2 through the hairpin. Zettens doesn't take it super great. He doesn't really have a ton of speed. Tankrum with the 360 attempt. That's not going to work. Is it Zettens on the line again? It is Zettens number one. This time, though, it is a draw, so we will continue to play. It's 8-5 for 100% Canadians, another win, and we have map number 6.
For real, like, serious props to Zettens for holding this gap between 100% Canadians and Damascus Gaming right now, because if Zettens wasn't able to claw back the narrowest of results, Damascus would actually start closing the lead. Right now, Canadians are still an ace ahead of Damascus, and that is entirely down to Zettens and his ability to keep cool under pressure, knowing maybe knowing's unfair to say, but maybe expecting Tankrom to have a difficult time with the identity time and time again. He's able to put it away. He's been a difference maker.
He's like a mother wrapping a small child in his arms, carrying him to the finish.
That's adorable. Let's see if he happens again.
He does it again. Oh, Tankrom! He's done it! And that's it! They go 1-2 and the map's over. Tankrom gets it once. They ace to win it. Then we've got map number 6.
That's all it took. Just finish once and it'd be an ace. This map would have been over like 4 rounds ago. Oh, there we go. All right, 2-3. Damascus Gaming still in the lead in the series, but reduced slightly. It's going to be parkour now.
How much you want to bet that he said to Zettens after that? He's like, okay, I got it now. I'm good. I know what to do now. As we go to map 6. Yeah, I got it. We're good.
Do you think is Zettens in his headset just going, "Yo, get it together," or is he just like, "Oh, bro, that's fine"?
No, absolutely not. He's saying that in French, whatever that is in French.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know any French. I know you speak a little bit of French.
But, I do, but I'm not going to embarrass myself on stream. So.
I need your interpretation in chat. I know. I'm sure Tankrum was frustrated with his performance in that last round, and regardless of whether he's saying it in English or French, I'm sure there were plenty of thank yous, mercies, if you will, to his teammate in Zettens as they have forced map number 6. Here we are on parkour. Damascus Gaming. This is their last map pick, and I'm not surprised to see them pick this map. They absolutely dominated here in their semifinal, but this is 100% Canadians. They have quite a good track record here as well. Zettens, oh yeah, he did hit that wall. He's gonna have to respawn. Tankrum through the identity. Neil did respawn himself, actually, as Nixotica is going to take second. Neil into the sign. Zettens, I think he might have double respawned, and it's going to work out for him as he is going to take third. That's a win for 100% Canadians and an early 2-1 lead.
Got to do what you got to do. Let's see if Canadians can take this map pick off of Damascus. I'm really, really looking to see if Nixotica's strat during that quarter pipe transition is going to win his team any more points than they deserve from their initial finishing position. I guess we'll just have to see.
Looking forward to seeing how Damascus Gaming responds to taking an early deficit here. Think if Tankrum just off the inside of that wall. He was trying to cut as much of a corner as possible. Nix, that is such a great line.
Oh.
And he's going to even start to reel in his teammate here in Neil. The time is going to start dropping, and Zettens getting further away from both of the Americans. Comes down to the identity. Neil struggled here last time. Doesn't look like he's got too much of a struggle this time. It's a quick 1-2. Neil just staving off Nixotica, but an ace for Damascus Gaming in response and they will go up 4-2.
4-2 indeed. They are not going anywhere without some kind of a challenge. They are the team with the advantage as well, 3-2 up in the series. And that ace is going to do them fine, just fine. As we start round number 3. Fine, just fine. A little bit of a plastic slide. Land early. Land early there on the sausage as well. To gather some much-needed extra momentum. And then jump from the right to the left, as we see with Tankrum, reduce that air time and set up a little bit better. Mistake for Neil in the background. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, he's the one player that goes left on the ramp. I don't know which one is faster, because Neil always seems to be in the hunt here. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's just placebo for him. Oh, Nick's right into the. I don't know what that thing is. It's like a pole, but it's like one of those. Oh my God, what is it called now? It doesn't matter.
Something hard and something hard and immovable.
It impeded him, and Neil has to double respawn. This could be an ace for 100% Canadians. Tankrum and Zettens 1 and 2, both through the identity, trading aces. 5-4 for 100% Canadians.
Oh boy, this is not over by a long shot.
Okay, hold on. Before we go, what are those things called? Glow sticks? Yeah. That's what those look like, right? The like big, long, colorful stick things that come out of the ground. They look like glow sticks to me. Am I wrong?
Like on the right side that are like bending over the. Sure, yeah, glow stick. Maybe like a.
That's what he ran into. That's all I'm saying.
I'm gonna call it a child-safe lightsaber.
A child-safe lightsaber. Okay, I mean, fair enough. That's hard to say while giving commentary, but that's exactly what he ran into.
Yeah, if you're bad.
Fair enough.
Remember how you told me learn how to cast? This is my throwback of that. So
I do remember that.
I didn't forget, Dad.
We did see Mime in his cone yesterday. So now we have, I think it was Neil and the lightsaber.
It sounds like, I'm sorry, that sounds like a child's story. Mime and his cone, a friend and his dog. Sorry.
Well, here we go. Looks like it's a very close battle this time. Neil, Tankrum, Nix, and Zetten. So we are tied at 6 now. After aces, after dramatics, this time we see everybody pretty consistent through the identity. And it's 6-6. This is close now.
Interesting. Nix doesn't go for that start strategy of sliding down the plastic to get the lower start, but obviously that doesn't really matter because he's neck and neck with everybody else. So, you know, one of those tiny optimizations that I'm always talking about, but maybe this is one that's tiny enough that it doesn't make a difference. I don't know. I heard in the lead up to these matches that can actually save upwards of 5/10 if you're doing it properly versus somebody not. So. Yeah. Maybe it's a sign that everybody else is screwing up. Who knows?
Well, there are definitely tiny little mechanics that can be hard to spot, and certainly can add up over time. Is Tankrum going to lead the Americans to the identity? Neil and Exotica wheel to wheel with each other. Good jump there from Tankrum. Draw to bring us 7-7, and now. An ace will either give us a champion or will give us arrow pipes.
It is match point it's map point and match point simultaneously. 100% Canadians very much need the ace, or at least some kind of a point advantage in their favor. Damascus finish 1-2, and this is done and dusted. You have your 7 World Tour points. Let's see which team digs deeper.
And not only is this match point, this is championship point. Zettens slides out, and now Tankrum, a ton of pressure on him to keep his team alive. Neil and Exotica know they have only Tankrum to beat here, and they will be crowned the first ever NCSA champions. Can they catch up? Tankrum with a pretty decent lead, but this is a tight bit of a dirt section. He plays it well, has been consistent here, going to line it up quite well down through the final jump, up and over. I think that was Neil with a mistake, though. He's double respawning. Zettens is out in front. Can he get to the line? He does. It's 100% Canadians who take the lead, and a draw will send us to arrow pipes.
Oh my God, it's 9-8. If Damascus takes the victory, then we're on even more of a knife edge, because then it just becomes whoever gets the point advantage between the two teams. We either move to Arrow Pipes or Damascus Gaming takes the entire thing. One more run through parkour is probably going to determine it. Neil, early mistake. Nixotica needs to pass both of these fantastic Canadian players. I don't know that it's going to happen. He's about 2 or 3 tenths back from Zettens at this point, although his strategy through that whatchamacallit, the transition, it gains him back just a little bit of extra time, and he's catching Zettens.
Yeah, but they need more than that. They need Neil to pass Zettens at the very least here. A draw loses them this map. It doesn't matter. 1 point. Well, I guess if Nyx does have to catch on to Tankrum, but yeah, Zettens, they're going to do it. We're going to see map 7. We're going Arrow Pipes for the first time on our broadcast. 100% Canadians steal away Damascus Gaming's third map pick, and we let the randomizer choose the final deciding map. It's Arrow Pipes, and I could not be more excited.
I am not ready for this pain, man. I am not ready for what we are about to witness.
I'm so glad that I am not playing this track.
Oh, yes, you and me both.
I'm glad I can talk about it. But I'm nervous. I'm nervous for the players. This is fantastic. Maybe they can talk to one another and say, we'll just split the 2 points. You get a point, we get a point. We don't have to play this map.
Yeah, just shake on it. Both just wave the white flag. Let's truce, split it up.
Wow. Here we are. I can't believe this is the first time. First time we saw Gyro, map 1. First time we're seeing Arrow Pipes Grand Finals Game 7.
God.
Gotta love it. This is what we're here for. This is NCSA Trackmania. And we thank you all so very much for watching. Again, it is Hunted and Leachy here in the broadcast booth with you through the weekend. It has been such a blast. And what a great way. I mean, we had a fantastic match to end yesterday, Leachy. We get arguably something even better this time around to crown the champion. And here we are in round number 1 on Arrow Pipes. Everybody has been avoiding this map all weekend long. Can't avoid it now. It's going to be Tankrum, Neil, Zettens, Nixotica. Nixotica, a little bit of a mistake earlier on. So really just down to the 2 Canadians and Neil as he tries to deny an early ace. 400% Canadians. That's a great line from Neil through the dirt. He's going to gain a lot of speed here. And here it comes. The first time we get to see the pipes. Neil with a great jump. He's going to lead himself into the second one quite well. He does lose a bit of speed. There goes Zettens off his mark. Tankrum crosses. Nixotica turtles across the line. And now Zettens will have to settle for P4. But Damascus take a 2-point lead with the turtle from Nixotica.
Welcome to Arrow Pipes, everybody. This is what we are in store for map number 7. 2-1 in favor of Damascus. And, oh boy, yeah, we buckle up. I've said that a couple times this weekend, but I very much mean it this time. Buckle up, because this is going to be very, very entertaining. You see players entering relatively late there to get as vertical of a dive down through that toilet bowl section as you possibly can get to get you some increased speed. Oh, Neil sliding out, so that's going to make the rest of this run through the map quite difficult as they come about halfway through. Land as low as you can here so that you don't spend too much time on the wall ride sliding and losing speed.
Damascus, or rather Nick Sadaka, has to do what he can to try to break up this ace. We did see Zettens struggle with the identity. Tankrum had a pretty good one himself. But Nixotica closing the gap. Look at his mastery of the dirt here. And he's going to gain a little bit of speed. Those Zettens and Tankrum doing a great job as well, heading into the pipes. Everybody successful in the first. Zettens a little bit of a bounce that gives Nyx his speed. Tankrum through the identity. Nyx will cut down the ace. And Neil comes across the line before Zettins can recover, so it ends in a draw, and Damascus keep their point lead.
Exotica looked so calm and composed throughout that identity. I would be sweating buckets every single time I came off of that final dirt section, and it's like, okay, time to line it up. Let's see if this minute of work pays off in being able to hit this in one shot. And God, the fact that players are able to knock this out time and time again will never cease to astonish me.
Look, man, I will agree. I will say I feel your pain on that, but agility dash is so much worse for that.
I agree. It's agility dash is still top of my list.
You spend an hour and a half getting to the identity, and then it's extremely difficult to go fast. So this map is very similar, but you don't have to spend as long making your way to the tough part of the track. Nick's almost grazing that wall. My goodness, his line. Very, very well done from him. Zettin's going to make a mistake on the backside. This is going to give Tankrum a little bit of pressure as here come the Americans down through the dirt section. Nick's ahead of Neil, but Neil more speed. Into the pipes we go. Tankrum has been good here so far, and it looks like he'll fall off down this time. This could be an ace. No, Nixotico failing the pipe himself. Zettins will cross the line. Tankrum behind, and Nick's in P4. It's another draw.
God, it is so difficult to catch who is making the errors, and like the first person goes through, and then all of a sudden I feel like one person makes a mistake, we flip the camera, and then everyone else makes a mistake, and everybody is respawning. It's so difficult to figure out who has survived after the initial mistake. But early smack into that scenery block there from Zettins, and Tankrum back in, well, I say back in P3. He's right on Exotica and actually passing him now. Almost passing Neil as well with that excellent ice section. Tankrum now taking the lead, so has an opportunity to salvage this round and turn it into a draw at the very least for 100% Canadians.
Yeah, and you see, too, I mean, Zettins, with how far back he is, still can't give up. Still got to go as fast as you can. I mean, mistakes happen. I mean, Neil, a little bit of a touch there. Nixotica, not the greatest line here, but he does keep it relatively clean. Did he touch that wall? No, it does look like he's keeping his momentum pretty good. So he's going to try to track down Tankrum. Neil not too far behind him. Tank has led the way to this identity, and he has looked fairly good on it. He'll make it through again. Neil will follow. Nix with a little bit of a bobble, but it's not going to be enough to allow Zettins to catch up, and we have yet another draw. It's 5-4. Map 7 grand final of this first NCSA regional.
Are we really gonna do this? Are we
man.
just gonna start?
We're here.
Just gonna chip away at this point total, or I guess the opposite of chip away. Just like add just one block after another to the tower that will be the points total between these two teams, just one by one, until one team has the gall to make a mistake big enough to allow two people past them, and then it is almost certainly going to be all over. Let's see how this shapes up. Oh, Neil
into the balloon.
Into that ball on the right side. That's the first time I've ever. Oh, is it a balloon? Okay, well,
I always think it looks like a balloon.
Fair enough.
A giant balloon.
Ball's more fun to say, so I'm going to say it's the ball.
Okay, well, either way, Neil becoming acquainted with it there off at the ice side again, giving Tankrum the lead. Nix splitting the Canadians here. And it's got a ton of speed. Tankrum, I think, clipped the inside wall there. So Zettins now has to try to get on his horse to deny Nixotica a win, but Nix hasn't necessarily been super consistent. He's trying to safe it. Zettin's too far towards the inside. Here comes Nix down. Tankrum almost gets there in time. Neil will cross the line ahead of Zettins, and all of a sudden, Damascus 2 points and on match championship point here.
My goodness, that got real close from Tankrum. About 1/4 of a tenth of a second is the most obnoxious way I could possibly say that out loud. So very close from turning the tides here. 2-point swing in favor of Damascus. As you said, Damascus just need an ace, and with how cruel the Aeropipe's identity can be, that is well within the realm of possibility. Canadians have to hang on for dear life right now, especially with both of them behind the Americans.
Yeah, this is tough. And even just draws are really just not what you need if you are 100% Canadians. You need at least a victory here in this round to try to claw your way back to equalize things. But Tankrum gonna go wide, losing a ton of speed. Zettins will actually overtake, and he is the final hope for this 100% Canadians team. Nick, Sonic, and Neil were pretty much wheel on top of wheel there for a good, decent part of this track, and they are continuing to hold hands into this final section. If they can keep it clean, they will be your victors. And it looks like it's Neil, Nick Sonica across the line, 1 and 2. Damascus Gaming finish it off with an ace on Aeropipes, and they are your first ever NCSA regional champions.
That is 7 World Tour points going the way of Damascus Gaming. 100% Canadians still come away with 5, and the lesser split of the prize pool. And Air Green and Final Form will be getting 3 points each. GG to all of the finalists that we saw here. 100% Canadians really, truly giving it their all, but Damascus Gaming just had a little bit too much in the tank. What a match we saw between these two teams. The first one that went all the way to map 7, and what a fitting end to the grand final, a map 7 on Aeropipes.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more with that, and could not have asked for couldn't have asked for a better final. Couldn't have asked for a better regional. I mean, we saw some fantastic stuff from everybody. I mean, we had some legendary series, some legendary maps, and this is just the beginning of things here on this Trackmania channel for this year. I mean, we've got so much more to play for, but right now, Nix and Neil will certainly be celebrating their victory. GG's 100% Canadians, man. I hope we see them in future regionals. I think they could, definitely find their way to the grand finals again.
Oh, man. Tankrom and Zettins ain't going nowhere. These guys are one of the most talented individuals or team of individuals in this entire region, which obviously shown by their #1 seed coming into this. We know that is based on matchmaking, but they got up there for a reason. It is because they deserve to be as high as they are. So we will undoubtedly see 100% Canadians once again, deserving of all the plaudits that I'm sure chat is spamming their way. But at the end of the day, they do finish P2. 5 World Tour points is nothing to shake a stick at, but Damascus come away with 2 additional for a total of 7, and are a small step closer to the All-Star qualification in the middle of the stages, and a step closer to potential World Championship qualifications through the wild card.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I would, again, not be surprised to see these two teams be the representatives from NCSA, but you have to give credit to everybody who made top 8, everybody in the top 4, and everybody who came out to play in general. Thank you all so very much. And make sure, hey, if you're new or you didn't really know this is going on and you're in North Central or South America, you want your shot at glory, there is still tons of spots to be registered and open for everybody to play. Find yourself a teammate and get yourself into these tournaments. But anyway, that is going to be our time this evening. It has been a blast. Again, Hunted and Leach here on the broadcast with you. Want to say first and foremost, thank you to everybody for watching, as we've been saying all night. But also thank you to everybody behind the scenes getting everything set up. Big shout out again. And of course to SRK, who has been tirelessly working these regionals the last couple of days, and he's done a lot to help us get things going here. But other than that, make sure you follow the channel. The NCSA region won't be back for, I think, another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Sometime next month, we will have another regional here on your broadcast or on your screens. But next weekend, Europe will do battle. That will certainly be a lot of fun. And APAC as well, Asia and Pacific. So don't miss out on those regionals. You can head over to Liquipedia, go over to the Trackmania World Tour Twitter as well for more information on those. But anyway, again, I have been Hunted. My partner in crime all weekend has been Lychee. Follow us on Twitter if you like, and we will see you next time around. Thank you so much for watching.